All right, good morning, everybody. This is Geneva Cotton with DOC, the DOC co-chair. It looks like we've got quite a few folks in here, so we're going to go through and make sure that we have everyone accounted for. I'm going to ask that if you're not speaking, to please either hit the mute button on your computer or on your phone, because we get a lot of background noise, so that would be great. If you're on the computer, you should be able to see a screen right now that lets you know our Family Council ground rules that were agreed upon between our statewide Family Council and DOC, as well as a notification that our meeting is being recorded today. We've been trying to get that to work for, oh goodness, quite a long time, but we were finally able to get our IT able to accommodate that. So this meeting is being recorded. Also to let you know, if you haven't seen in the chat box, the conversation box, if you are logged in as a guest via the computer, if you could please write your name in the chat box. If you're not sure how to find that, it should be a little bubble icon that you can click on, and it should bring up a conversation box for you. Susan, are you still unable to hear me?
I hear you now.
Okay, perfect. All right. So with that, before we jump in too far, I'm going to try to make sure that we have everyone accounted for that's here. So I'm going to go through. It looks like I have, let's see, so far from the Department of Corrections, I have myself, Rhonda Roberts, our DOC Family Council Secretary, and Dawn Taylor, who is our corrections specialist over statewide prison services, and Paige Perkinson, who is from our engagement and outreach office. Is there anyone else from DOC on the line? Okay, great. Do I have anyone from OCO on the line? Okay, not yet. Okay. So I'm going to go through with some names that I have here to make sure I've got this right. So I'm going to go backwards. From WSP, I'm showing Wendy and Dean Dubinsky and Steve Kugler. Is there anyone else on the line from WSP today?
Loretta.
Great, thank you, Loretta. And I should say it. So I also have, sorry, I jumped out of order. Loretta Peterson, our family secretary, and Suzanne Cook, our family co-chair. So I'm showing them both on. Suzanne, are you here as well?
Yes, I am.
Great, thank you. Okay, sorry about that. WCCW, I'm showing Jason Rice. Do I have anyone else on the line from WCCW? Okay. From WCC, I show Dua Rahima. Is there anyone else on the line from WCC, which is Shelton?
I know it's not logging on right, like it usually does.
Hi, Felix. Can I ask you, if that you're talking, if you could mute your microphone? Thank you.
And Portia, I'm here.
Hi, Portia.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning. Gotcha. And I see Anna just joined as well for WSP. Okay. Anybody else from Shelton? Okay. Stafford Creek, I'm showing Susan Cooksey, Miriam Fry, Lauren Taylor. Do I have anyone else from Stafford Creek on the line?
Verna Westman, Cypress.
Okay, I've got Verna Westman, and who was the other person? I'm sorry.
Diane Seifris.
Hi, Diane.
Hi.
Okay, got you both. Anybody else from Stafford Creek? Great, thank you. Olympic Corrections Center. Okay, Mission Creek, I'm showing Paula. Do I have anyone else on the line from Mission Creek?
Janet Floyd.
Hi, Janet.
Hi.
Gotcha. Okay, so we will move on to Monroe. So far, I'm showing Felix and Byron Coates. Do I have anyone else on the line from Monroe this morning?
Karen.
Dave and
Lynn.
Jody Bullard.
Okay, so did I hear Karen Kane?
Yes.
Thank you. And
Dave and Jody Bullard.
Dave and Judy Bullard. Thank you.
Carol Lynn Barker.
Okay, I heard Carol, right?
Carol Welch.
Gotcha. And then I heard another one.
Lynn
Hattie
Barker.
Wolf.
Okay, so I'm gonna did I hear a Miss Wolf?
Yes, Hattie Wolf.
Lynn Barker.
Thank you, Lynn. And Miss Wolf, what was your first name again?
Hattie.
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 Thank you.
Jennifer, Hattie is from WSP.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Sorry.
Got it. Okay, got that one squared away. So, okay, I want to make sure I have this right then. So Hattie is from WSP, and from Monroe, we're at Felix, Byron, Karen, Dave and Judy, Carol, and Lynn. Okay. Large Correction Center. Coyote Ridge Correction Center.
Gwen McElveen.
Ms. McElveen, can you spell your last name for me?
It's MC capital I-L-V as in Victor, E-E-N as in Nancy.
Thank you. I would have done that completely wrong, so I appreciate that. Anybody else on the line from Coyote Ridge?
Sydney Boyd.
Great. Sydney, is that it with an I or a Y?
O-Y.
Great, thank you. Anyone else for Coyote Ridge? Okay, Cedar Creek.
One option is that the one bullet.
Okay. Clallam Bay.
Janet Floyd again.
So are you for both, Janet?
Yeah, I've got,
Okay.
yep, one in each.
Just want to make sure I got you right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else from Clallam Bay? Okay. Airway Heights, I have Kehulani Walker. Is there anyone else from Airway Heights on the line?
Donna
Nancy
Jaramillo.
Garcia.
Okay, Donna, what was your
Michelle
last name?
Mason.
Hold on, please. Donna, what was your last name?
Jaramillo. Jaramillo.
Thank you. And did I hear Michelle Mason?
Correct.
Thank you. And was there somebody else that I missed?
Julianne Preston.
Thank you.
Rachel Bisbee.
Thanks, Rachel. Julianne, can you spell your last name for me, please?
P as in Paul, R-E, S as in Sam, S as in Sam, O-N.
Great, thank you. And I got Rachel. Anybody else from Airway Heights? Okay. So if I did not get your name and you're still on the line, can you please let me know who you are?
Bethany
My name
Duchesne from Stafford Creek.
Can you spell your last name for me, Bethany?
Duschene.
Thank you. And I heard somebody else try to speak.
Brianna Kerr, Stafford Creek.
Can you spell your last name for me, please, Brianna?
Yep. It's Kerr, K-E-H-R-E-R.
Great, thank you. So I have Bethany and Brianna. Is there anyone else on the line that I haven't called or gotten your name yet?
Hey, Geneva, this
I'm sorry?
is Dawn. I just wanted to make sure you knew I was on the call.
Yes, ma'am, I got
Okay, thanks.
And who else was trying to speak?
Julie Triggs from Stafford Creek.
Thank you. Is that Triggs?
Yes, ma'am.
Great. Okay, so I'm going to go through the list of names that I have just to verify I have everyone in attendance, and if at the end I did not call your name, please let me know. So again, from the Department of Corrections, I have myself, as well as Rhonda Roberts, Paige Perkinson, and Dawn Taylor. I have Loretta Peterson and Suzanne Cook. And then representing facilities for loved ones, I have Steve Kugler, Wendy and Dean Dubinsky, Anna Ivanoff, Hattie Wolf, Jason Rice, Dua Rahima Williams, Portia Hinton. From Stafford Creek, Susan Cooksey, Miriam Fry, Lauren Taylor, Verna Westman, Diane Seafris, Bethany Duchesne, Brianna Kerr, Julie Triggs, Paula Bond, Janet Floyd, Felix D'Alessandro, Byron Coates, Karen Kane, Dave and Julie Bullard, Carol Welch, Lynn Barker, Gwen McElveen, Sydney Boyd, Janet Floyd, Kaylani Walker, Donna, and I don't want to say your name incorrectly, so I'm going to not do that, Michelle Mason, Julianne Presson, and Rachel Bisbee. Is there anybody that I've missed?
Yeah, Yoshi Garcia.
Great, thanks, Yoshi. Okay. So I appreciate your patience as we get through that. We're trying to continue to make this a little bit easier, but in a virtual world, we know that there's always hiccups. As I mentioned at the beginning, for those that have joined since, this meeting is being recorded, and so we will have a virtual copy of the meeting, which will be great. We're still trying to figure out how to get that posted to the website, but until we do get it posted, we will have a copy of that. So I'm also working with IT so that I'm able to try to share that with local family council folks as well once this is done. So we're continuing to tread through the waters of this, but we're learning as we go, and we're trying to make it as user-friendly and easy as possible. I know in our last meeting we had talked about trying to hold this meeting via Microsoft Teams. We still don't have the approval for the entire department to have Microsoft Teams, but we're working on that. Part of the issue we have is that our license with Microsoft Teams that we're exploring does not currently have a call-in option. And so we're trying to make sure that when we do make the switch to Microsoft Teams, we have the ability for people to call in if they're not able to join in via a computer, because we want to make sure it's as accessible as possible for as many loved ones as we can have on the phone. So we're still working through the kinks on that, but hopefully by our January meeting, that'll all be taken care of and we'll be able to move forward with that. As you see, so for those on the computer, the ground rules are noted on your screen right now. For those that are not on a computer, I'm going to quickly go through those for everyone. So these are our statewide family council ground rules that were created in collaboration with our statewide family council, oh goodness, about a year ago, a little over a year ago now. And so those rules are to be respectful, to practice active listening, no sidebars or side conversations, assume positive intent, be understanding, be willing to compromise, be non-judgmental, be transparent, be flexible, and take a timeout when it's needed. So that applies to all of us. We've also asked on here if you are logged in as a guest on a computer to enter your name in the chat box, which most of you have done, so thank you very much. And I think that's all I have. Suzanne, would you like to say anything as part of our welcome? I think if you're trying to talk, you're probably on mute because we can't hear you.
Well, good morning.
Here you are.
I really just want to welcome everyone and say that, this is my final meeting as the co-chair, and I just want to start off the meeting saying how much I appreciate everybody's, respect and And oh God, it's early morning. I guess I should just shut up. Welcome, everyone.
Thank you, Suzanne. So a couple quick things that I want to add to that. As Suzanne noted, so this is our final meeting of 2020, and so we will be announcing our election results later. But I do want to say, like Suzanne, this has been a challenging year for everybody, and I really appreciate the flexibility of our statewide family council, but also our local family councils. We've been kind of going through waters we've never gone through before, and so the partnership that we've been able to continue and work together to still get things done as we can in a limited capacity, albeit, but still continuing to work together. So I appreciate that, and I have really, truly enjoyed working with you, Suzanne, and the rest of the Statewide Family Council this past year. So we're a little ahead of schedule just because our roll call took a lot less time this time. I think we tried to make it a little bit easier. What I will ask is when we do have presenters, if you are on a computer, if you could put your question in the chat box, that is preferable. I understand that there are folks that are on the phone, and we will try to get to the phone as well. But this is a virtual meeting, and so our virtual platform is the designated area for the meeting. So we're going to probably address the chat box questions first, and if there is time, we will go to the phones as well. You should all have a copy of the agenda. It was available on the DOC website that has all the different topics we'll be talking about today. And so these are folks that are taking time out of their day as well to come present to you. So I would ask you that if you do have questions to save till the end of their presentations, and then we will address everything that we can in the time that we're allowed. Our meeting is currently scheduled till 3 o'clock this afternoon. We have 2 scheduled breaks in between. And so for those of you that have been on the calls or the meetings with me before, I really try to stick to our timelines to respect everyone's time. So with that being said, are there any questions about the agenda or anything I have said to this point to make sure we can move on and get started? Okay. So again, I will ask that if you're not speaking or presenting, if you could mute either your phone or your computer so that we don't have background noise and we're able to give the attention to the folks that are presenting. Anna, I know we're a little bit early, but are you willing to or able to go ahead and start with your IITS update?
Yes, thank you, Geneva. Good morning, everyone. So I think last time when I gave you an update, the update was that we were waiting for pricing from both of the vendors, and I'm here to tell you today that we've received pricing. Pricing is not the only consideration point in the solution from these vendors. There are a lot of other things that perhaps even to me are more important than pricing, to be honest. It's the technical capabilities, right? Because if we get a low price, and if we cannot connect via phone or we cannot connect via video visits, then that's not working for us. So we received pricing, but we have engaged in conversations with both vendors about their technical capabilities, about their implementation plan. If they were to be awarded, how are they planning to implement that, and when will we have working video visits? Will there be disruption in phone service? So we are having a lot of good conversations with both vendors. We have not yet selected one or the other because depending on the answers they give us, that's how we will make that decision at the end. I would say that I suspect that this back and forth with the vendors, there is a slow process on both DOC and the vendors. I suspect that it'll probably take another month, after which we will need to make a decision of who we want to go with. And from that point, contract will be created And, when you create a contract, there's usually a process too, because you go back and forth with the vendor, they redline certain things and come back and there are negotiations. So that'll probably take a couple months too for just the contract to be created. So I would say that right now we're tentatively planning that maybe March 1st is when the contract will be effective. You don't have to worry about current contract. It's set up with Securus or with JPay indefinitely for now and GTL. So there is nothing expiring. There is no expectation that we will have any disruption in service at this point. So that's my update. I know you may have a lot of questions, so I'm happy to answer those questions. Maybe we can just turn this into a Q&A instead of me being the only one talking. I see that Loretta wrote in the chat box, can we remind everyone what IITS stands for? So IITS is Incarcerated Individual Telecommunication Service, and that's the name of this project that we're working on. And I see from Keolani, may you please disclose what you mean is we? Do you mean families of the incarcerated? When I say we, I'm talking about the project team. It's primarily every person who has been designated to serve on this project from DOC. It's Joanna Carnes, and it's me representing families of the incarcerated.
This is Michelle Mason. Does procurement number N21 RFQ 010 for Consolidated Technology Service for Ethernet, wireline, or fixed wireless services pertain to IITS? And if so, what is directly the website address to view the responses that are due by December 3rd of this year? Or should I contact Susan Seal directly regarding that?
Michelle, I'm not familiar with what you were talking about. We sent our request for proposal, that was last year. So if there's something that you found that's due on December 3rd of this year, I don't think that pertains to this project. And in terms of responses, that's not public information, that's my understanding, but you can probably reach out to DOC to ask them if that's something they can share. I know that with regards to pricing proposals, I had to sign a confidentiality agreement with DOC because when you engage in negotiations, everybody wants to be careful about information potentially leaking, and we don't want the other vendor to know what their competitor is offering. So that's why I cannot disclose that information, and I suspect that for that reason too, they may not be ready to share the proposals. But again, I would encourage you to ask DOC about it. I don't know. I don't think what you are calling is the right request for proposal.
Okay. Are you familiar with RCW code 72.09.765? That is inmate access to telecommunication services contracting reporting, which provides all the information specifically to how long it takes for certain vendors to reply to problems with the system, and specifically with customer service?
No, I'm not familiar with it, Michelle.
Okay, just so you know, under subsection 3, by July 1st of each year, the contractor that provides inmates with access to telecommunications or electronic media services under subsection 1 of this section shall report to the Department of Corrections facility.
Can you give me that RCW again? Can you give me that RCW? I'll look at it.
Yeah, it's RCW 72.09.765.
Loretta put it in the chat box.
Got it.
Okay, and then also by November 1st of each year, and in compliance with RCW 43.01.036, the department shall report to the governor and the legislator on contracts for telecommunication services and electronic media services under this section and the contract's annual compliance with the section.
Yeah, I'm looking at this now, Michelle, and specifically this particular line, by November 1st of each year and in compliance, right? The department shall report to the governor and legislature on contracts for telecommunication services. they will just be reporting by November of this year. They must have already reported the existing contracts. There is no new contract in place. That's why, it doesn't say that they need to be reporting on the RFP process. It says reporting on the contracts. And we do have current contracts in place with those vendors for the services. I assume that's what
Right.
is going to be reporting.
Yes, I do understand that, and that's why I was curious to see what the report stated, since it's still an open bid process.
Yeah, and then you also mentioned point 3. I'm just looking at it now. By July 1st of each year, the contractor that provides inmates with access to telecommunication services and electronic media services shall report to the department the following information. Yes, actually, I am familiar with this. I think this is what originated from the Bill 6476. And yes, DOC has actually created a place on their website where anyone, legislators, families, anyone can review the contracts that we have with existing providers, the rates that they're charging us. This RCW pertains to reporting, and that has been taken care of, as a matter of fact, beginning June, when this RCW went into effect. So my
And do you know the
understanding,
exact website that's located at? Because it's not on DOC's website. It shows the current contracts with GTL and JPay with the pricing information, but it doesn't have the reporting of how they respond to customer complaints or issues with that, and how long they're taking to respond to each incident that's reported to them.
yeah, I didn't know that was part of this RCW, but I know that DOC has that information, and I'm sure that it shouldn't be a problem to post that to the website. I can bring that up to the project team. I will find you the link, but it certainly will not have that particular report that you're talking about. However, if the RCW says that it needs to be there, I can tell you, Michelle, that I have looked at that report, and the report right now is not accurate and is not really providing us the information that we need, because what JPay does is they report on the number of tickets that they closed. I'll give you an example. Let's say, for example, in any given month, JPay receives 1,500 tickets from incarcerated people. What they do is they say, all right, you guys, we've closed those tickets within 3 days. But as I look at the details, I see that just because they close doesn't mean that they resolve the problem. And that's what we need. We don't need them to just close a ticket. We need them to resolve a ticket and then close it. And that's what we're pushing for. And I can tell you, in my last conversation with JPay, they don't have their customer support set up that way. And that's one of the problems of why we can't rush into awarding one vendor versus the other, is because they have to work with us in basically re-implementing their whole support desk to accommodate for these things. They don't have a good process. Last time they told me, which was probably about a week ago, that they have to go and whiteboard how they can make this happen, because I certainly made it clear to them that just because you're reporting you close tickets within 3 days, that doesn't mean that you resolve the issue within 3 days. And so they heard me. They understand this is a problem, but just understand that this means revamping their business, which, they need to do desperately. Does that make sense?
I concur with that.
Yeah, I will bring this up to the project team, Michelle, about this report. If it's one of the requirements in the RCW and we're not reporting on it, that is an issue. And like I said, I know this report exists. I don't see why DOC would not provide that information. So I'll bring it up.
Thank you.
So I see that there is, let's see what other questions. If you saw Portia's question, where's Portia's question? Oh gosh, there are a lot of questions while I was talking. 1 second. Can I ask again, what are the names of the vendors? So right now we have Securus, which is JPay, and then we have ICS. ICS is IC Solutions. They provide services in other states across the nation, so they are a known provider of these services in the correctional system.
Can I ask why GTL was not considered?
GTL was considered in the beginning, but then they were down selected, so to speak. We started out with 4 vendors. It was Securus, it was CenturyLink, and then GTL and Keefe. 4 vendors is what we started out with. and then GTL and Keefe were eliminated in the process. And
Do you
during
know
this
why?
time, yeah, I'll tell you. During this time, CenturyLink has actually sold their business to IC Solutions, and that's how we ended up with just two, Securus and IC Solutions. The reason why GTL was eliminated, well, and I'll be completely honest here. First of all, the leadership at DOC was kind of pressing the project team to down select to just two vendors going forward. I can see why, because you can't continue to examine four vendors. You have to make certain decisions and say, okay, this company does not work because so and so, so we should eliminate them. And so we did that with two companies. GTL was one of them. And the reason why is because GTL solution was based on per minute use. So basically right now our loved ones own their tablets and they buy services and they own their music, they own their tablet. What GTL was proposing is that basically was like a loaner program. So people would just walk out the door from their rooms and there will be tablets available. They will pick up a tablet, they will use it, they will pay by a minute of use, and then they put it back on the shelf and go back to their room. And that doesn't work for us. Now, that's not to say that I believe we could have gone to GTL and asked them if they could come up with a purchase option with like this loaner option. But again, because the team really wanted to down select to just two, we decided to just eliminate them.
When you say it didn't work for us though, Anna, who are you speaking of when you say it wouldn't work for us?
When I
say us, Kehlani, what they thought?
So when I say us, that always pertains to the project team. So there are about 20 people on the project team.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Anna, this is Jennifer. I want to make sure. So Colonel Coates had a question. Has there been a final determination as to the services DOC is looking for from both of these vendors? And if so, can you give a quick summary of those services? For example, calls from devices as an example, in addition to email, video visits, etc.
Yes, I'm catching up here. I see the question now from Byron. So yes, not in the formal way, Byron, not as much as I would prefer, but I can tell you that the decision has already been made. Last I heard, 99.9% that phones on tablets are going to be allowed. So DOC made that decision, it sounds like. We are basically looking at the whole suite of services that these vendors provide, and whatever we think will benefit the incarcerated people, that's what we're going to sign up for. So DOC is not against anything in particular. The only thing that I've heard from DOC that they absolutely do not want to allow is video visits via tablets. They still want to continue video visits from kiosks. I would say that's the only thing right now that we wouldn't consider. But everything else, some vendors are offering an app called Newsstand, and DOC is open to it. They just want to make sure that it's going to be safe and secure, that there is not going to be a leakage of information. So yeah, everything is on the table. But of course, when we talk about the implementation plan, DOC is very focused on the fact that we need to focus on phone service first, emails first, right? Video visits. Those are the core services, what DOC calls core services. And that's what we want to make sure works from the start of this new contract. So those are going to be the things we look at the most. But in terms of all other apps, and like for example, we made it very clear to both vendors that we need to make sure our people have access to their transaction history. We can't get a solution without transaction history. And if you don't have that in your suite of available apps, go and create one, because we really need it. So I'm happy to answer any specific questions, Byron, but yeah, everything is on the table. We're looking for the best, and we're really challenging and questioning these vendors and pushing them to provide us with the best service.
Thank you.
All right.
And this is Michelle Mason again. Are we going to make sure that the kiosks are in new or are either new or like new condition? Is DOC going to enforce that?
Michelle, there's no like new in my books. I have been, this is one of my pet peeves, to be honest. I think that
it's part of the contract. It's part of the current. It's part of the current contract right now with JPay. I've read over the contract, and it states in there that they are supposed to be in new or like new condition.
Are you talking about kiosks or tablets?
I'm talking about kiosks.
Okay, so first of all, if we were to hire ICS, right, they're a new vendor for DOC. They will come in with all of their new technology. Like new is not even being talked about. They have to bring brand new technology that is up to date. That's as far as I'm concerned. Okay, I don't think we will be allowing them to bring something that has been used somewhere else. So our expectation is that they bring everything brand new. But to be honest, even if JPay continues this service, again, what I'm pushing for is JPay needs to bring all brand new equipment, because the reason why our video visits don't work is because of infrastructure problems, right? It is because of bandwidth, it is because their servers are outdated. So we need all brand new technology regardless of who will be selected.
Right, I'm talking technology as well, but it states in the current contract that their equipment, not just their software, but the kiosks, are to be in new or like new condition. And that is part of the current contract, which has to be enforced by DOC to make sure they comply with the contracts.
Right. Are you saying that currently, like current state, do you know of cases where, I mean, I guess I'm trying to understand what is the problem. If Secure has brought a kiosk today into one of our facilities under the current contract, are you concerned that it may not be new, although the contract allows them to bring like new? What is the concern exactly? Help me understand.
The concern is that the contract is not being enforced.
Oh, yeah.
That the contract has always stated that they are to be the equipment, not the software, but the equipment is to be in new or like new condition, and that has never been enforced on the DOC side, as to my knowledge. And yes. I'm wondering why that isn't being enforced when it has been part of the contract for years.
All right. Okay. Well, I understand. I will be honest again here. And so DOC does not have a formal role for somebody that would be an official contract manager. There is Tom Fesian, who is a relationship manager, so to speak, with the existing, vendor JPay. And then there's Ruben Rivera, who is the point of contact from DOC for GTL. But you're right, that contract has not really been enforced, and we know all this, and the project team knows all this, and going forward, we're thinking about how that can be changed. So I've stopped looking at the current contract because we already know that there are a lot of problems. 10 years ago, when JPay was implemented in DOC facilities, it was done quickly. The team is saying we did not have the expertise to do this right. We did not ask JPay or GTL the right questions, and that's how we ended up where we are today. So I can assure you that going forward, the project team fully understands that we need to have a higher level of accountability for these vendors. And so I am now in conversations with DOC that we need to have that contract manager. We need to have one person who's going to know all about these services, who's going to be very knowledgeable with the contract, with what the expectations are. They need to be performing, like business review meetings on a monthly basis, on a quarterly basis, where DOC will be informed. How quickly do they resolve issues for the incarcerated? What problems are there? So all of that is being worked on going forward, Michelle. I hope that gives you a little bit of comfort.
I just have a lot of questions. It's new for me, and so I appreciate this venue to be able to ask these questions, even if they seem repetitive. Since I'm new to the system, I'm just learning about all this stuff.
Yeah, no, feel free to ask any questions in the time we have. I think we have 6 more minutes, but let me go here and see what other questions. So Keolani said Joanna Carnes announced that we as families will be able to meet with DOC on December 1st. Would you be able to share this information with others that may not have access to this chat? I don't have access to many families, Keolani. My understanding is that you do. So if there's going to be a meeting, if you could share with your folks, and I only have access to Statewide Family Council. Perhaps, Suzanne or somebody can post it on the Facebook page. That would probably be the only way to communicate. I know DOC is putting together a presentation, a formal set of slides to share with the families. It'll probably be in a similar format than what I'm doing now, sharing the status, where we started, where we are now. That's my understanding for this meeting.
Oh, well, thank you. If I just
yes.
clarification real quick, I'm sorry. can I get real quick clarification? There's a Statewide Family Council Facebook page?
Yes, I'm not on Facebook anymore, but I know there is a page.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
So Anna, Karen Kane had asked a question further up in the chat, so I think you had passed it. Maybe you responded to this and I missed it. She had asked if the new tablet would have educational capabilities. Are you able to answer that?
I am, Geneva, and I'm sorry, Karen, I saw it, but it's hard to keep track. I'm going back and forth. So yes, education is something that both Securus and ICS are promoting to GOC. They're saying we have the apps. You know, the problem, Karen, is that when I say we now, that's me, when I press them on what exactly is available in education. Show me. We want to see the content. So last what we agreed with them is that they will provide a few tablets for the project team to play with, not just the tablet itself, but the tablet with the content. And we will be able to see exactly what kind of podcasts are they talking about? What kind of educational opportunities are there? Because they keep talking about so many things, Khan Academy and whatnot, right? All of these things have been in JPay's suite of offerings for a few years now, but our facilities do not have any of it. And we need to understand exactly what they're promoting, because what I often see is them promoting something that sounds glamorous, like education, mental health. But then when I check with our people in prisons and I ask what's available today, none of it is available. They say what they call podcasts are a video of some cats that they got from the internet, and it costs $4.99. So that's why we're trying to get into the content. That's exactly why we cannot rush into the decision. We need to make sure that we understand exactly what we're getting. But I will be completely honest with you that we are choosing from two crappy companies. I know this is recorded. I probably shouldn't be saying this, but these companies are, we have to work with what we have. And I can assure you that Washington DOC and this project team is probably doing a much better job than anybody has ever done in the US at the correctional facilities. And I can tell that because I see that vendors are really struggling, because we're asking for more than we've ever asked before. So I hope that gives you comfort that I am representing you well, and I am working with DOC on trying to get us the best solution. There is not one day that goes by that I don't do something IITS related. Karen, did I answer your question?
Yes, you did. Sorry, this is my first time using Skype, so I'm struggling a little bit.
Okay. So I see that there is a question from Loretta, but that's to Geneva. Let's see, can you please consider sending out a survey to all families disclosing what each vendor will be offering? Yes, I have already told DOC that when we are at the final stage where we're ready to make a decision, I think we should have some kind of a forum where family members can weigh in. So yes, Keolani, I already thought about that. Let's see. There is no official SFC page. Let's see what other. I think that's it for questions, but we still have 2 minutes, so feel free to ask whatever else is on your mind.
This is Julianne Preston. I have a question. Has it been brought up about the fact that JPay does absolutely no refunds and does not always give credits when the video visits have not worked, and what happened to the 2 video visits per week, free ones, and now they're only giving 2 a month?
Yes. So with regards to refunds, I'm sorry, my dog is barking. With regard to refunds, if you were to look at the refund policy from JPay today, the policy clearly states that they're not going to provide any refunds, which we realize is a problem. And we don't want that kind of contract going forward. There should be refunds, because if we did not get whatever we paid for, they should be able to refund us. So we're pushing for that going forward. But in terms of the video visits, I think they have been refunding. I'm sorry, give me 1 second. I apologize.
While she's doing that, real quick, because we do need to wrap up, what I will let you know is that I have heard concerns from SFC members that JPay was sharing that the video visits had moved down to 2 per month instead of 2 per week. That is inaccurate information. When I heard that, I sent that to Keith DeFlitch, our JPay liaison for DOC. He reached out to them. I shared the correspondence back from JPay in our SFC notes from our informational calls that they were correcting that it was not good information that they were providing, that we are continuing to do the free 2 video visits per week through the end of the year. That'll be re-reviewed as we get closer to that date to see if it's able to be extended, but that issue should be corrected. If you do get that from JPay that it's 2 per month, please let me know in an email, and I will forward that to our liaison, and so we can get it fixed. Anna, if you're back, I'm going to let you wrap up because I want to turn it over to our next presenter.
Yep, I am back. And Geneva, all I wanted to say about 2 free video visits, that the reports that JPay is sending us still shows that they are offering video visits. Of course, I didn't catch everything you were saying, but JPay is reporting that they are providing, at least the report that I looked at a few days ago, that was for October. They have a separate page for free video visits that they have provided in the month of October.
Before we end up wrapping up, this is Michelle Mason. I just wanted to make
Michelle,
sure
I'm
that
sorry,
for
I've
those
got to
of us
stop you. Michelle, I've got to stop you. I appreciate
Okay.
it, but I do need to move on. So, Anna, thank you so much for the detailed presentation and answering all these questions. Very much appreciated. And we look forward to hopefully getting some more information soon on that. So I'm going to go ahead and introduce Tracy Schneider, who is with us today as our next agenda topic. Tracy is our correctional manager over several prisons programs to include our mailrooms. And so Tracy agreed to join at the SFC's request for this meeting to present some information, but also to be available for questions. So I'm going to turn it over to Tracy.
Good morning, everybody. I really appreciate the opportunity to be on here and answer some of your questions. In speaking with Joanna in the Ombuds office, I recognize that, there's some clarification that needs to be done regarding the policy and appeal processes. And I guess what I'm looking for today is kind of to more answer your questions or give you some clarification on kind of some of the things that we are working on or looking at to be revised. So with that, I guess we can just start with the questions. Does anybody have any questions?
Sure, I have a question. Why would a facility be put on a furlough during the holiday seasons when families would like to correspond with their loved ones during this time? Why would Department of Corrections decide to put that staff on furlough?
So
especially
Tracy, I'm going to go ahead and answer that one.
Okay.
So the reason behind that is that, so this is not a DOC only decision. The governor, early on in the pandemic, indicated that we were in a budget crisis for the state of Washington due to the COVID issues in our state. As such, he directed all state agencies to do certain budget cuts to include furloughing of staff. And so in DOC, we have many different staff that have many different functions, some of which are non-represented by a labor union. Some are represented by the Washington State Federation. Some are covered by our Teamsters labor organization. And so from the onset of that directive from the governor's office, the non-represented DOC employees as well as the Federation represented DOC employees began their furloughs once a month. And I believe that started in April or May. I don't have the exact date, so don't quote me on that. However, the Teamsters labor union had to do a demand to bargain on that because they didn't feel that their staff should have to participate. However, their staff are state employees and fall under the governor's mandate. And so after that work was done, there was unable to be a compromise, and we attempted to negotiate with the union for several months. With that being said, we still had to do those furlough days, and there were a certain amount of furlough days for each staff member that had to be done Because of the length of time it took in labor negotiations that we could not solve, we ended up having to do all of those days in a much shorter period of time. So therefore, the way that we were able to do that to ensure that we met the mandate is that these staff would have their furlough days in a group. The way that that was managed is by job class statewide. So for instance, psychological associates, they're labor represented by the Teamsters. So all psych associates throughout the state have the same, we call it a temporary layoff when the furlough days were chunked together like that for processing purposes. And so their days were chunked together statewide. That was the way that we were able to do that and still be in alignment with our contract with the Teamsters Union, which you can find online if you want to. But so that's how that happened. And we only had just, I think, 2 months to get that done instead of the 8 months that everybody else had, because that had to be completed by a certain date. So it was not just a weary decision just to furlough staff near the holidays. That's not how it worked. We tried everything we could to get those staff to participate early on so that it would not be a huge impact to them, their facilities, their work sites. However, we were unable to get a negotiated agreement with that union, so we still had to act to be in alignment with that order.
Thank you, Geneva. So I'm going to move on. I'm looking at the conversation over here, and it looks like Loretta has a question about mail rejection reasons. And so this is actually something that we are looking at, revising that mail rejection reason list, trimming it down a little, and specifically to rejection reason number 1. So this is something that I am consistently working with the mailrooms on. Rejection reason number 1 is not a catch-all. Rejection reason number 1 is supposed to be used if the rejection for that mail is due to something other than not specifically on that list of rejection reasons. For example, there's a 10 photo limit. You can't send any more than 10 photos. So that is actually in the policy and not specifically on the list of rejection reasons. So for that reason, they would use rejection reason number 1. And then when they use that, they are supposed to be listing the policy, the section number, and the verbiage from that policy when rejecting. So again, it's not supposed to be used as a catch-all. And this is something that I am diligently working with them on. Before I was in the manager position, I was the correction specialist 3 for mailrooms. So, I've been working on this since 2018. So I can tell you that, hopefully that does get resolved. Does that answer your question, Loretta?
Yes, that is very helpful, and I'm very encouraged to hear it. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. The next question is from Janet Floyd about videograms being rejected because they do not meet visit room requirements. And this is true. So in policy 45100, which is the mail policy, it does have a section with regard to videograms and having to meet visit room requirements. So, although a videogram is only a 30-second clip, it is still a video of somebody in some action. And so because of that, we do require that they are clothed per visit room requirements and they're acting per visit room requirements. Does that answer your question, Janet?
It does, although I've been told, that, when they do talk to their loved one who sent the videogram, that, they are saying they hadn't done or said anything that, anyone would construe as being, whether it was vulgarity or language, maybe, although in a visit room, some of that goes on regardless. But certainly my thought would be more about a nudity type, thing, what they were wearing, which they're told, as you said, it's just a quick 30-second, verbal. So, I mean, I don't know. I understand what you're saying, though, Tracy. I appreciate it. Yeah, they're saying that really they don't feel that they had done anything that would have got that rejected. And he said there's a lot of them, like a lot, which is kind of alarming. Like why would that be? I could see occasionally something being rejected on a videogram, but anyway, thank you.
You're welcome. So just to clarify a little bit on the videogram piece, it's not really about the words that are being said, it's about what's being viewed. So if the videograms are being rejected, it should be due to clothing requirements or actions. So it's more about something that you see and not something that you hear, if that makes sense. Does that help a little?
Yes.
Okay.
Tracy, this is Anna, can I chime in for a second? I just wanted to mention a couple of things. So first of all, I just wanted to tell you that with regards to video visiting and all this, just so you know, JPay as a company has made a decision to move away from the word video visit because a lot of advocates across the country have been complaining that video visit, they're worried that that will take away the in-person visit and people don't feel like video visit is the right terminology. So they started calling it video connect or video session. So if you see that, just so you know, the reason why they don't like to use the word visit is exactly for that. But Tracy, what I wanted to ask you is, and I understand this isn't the right forum to challenge a policy, I'm just trying to understand myself, what are the implications of someone having a video visit and wearing, let's say, a tank top? That I just can't understand that, so maybe it'll help me just process. Why is there a policy that disallows me to wear a tank top on a hot day? What could happen from that? What is the security issue that I'm not understanding?
So I can tell you that video visits are not my realm. Video visits actually fall under the visiting unit. So I only manage the message part of JPay.
What about the videogram? Would that be rejected if I were wearing a tank top?
It would, yes. We put that in place. Well, I think it was actually put in place before I was in this position because of some of the behavior and some of the clothing that was coming in on the videograms. There's a difference between pictures and actions or, what you can see in those videograms. So this may be something that we are looking at in the future as well. I know it's been brought up in conversations in the past recently. So again, yeah, we might be taking a look at the videogram requirements and, I can't speak for certain, but there may be a time when we loosen that a little bit.
Thank you. That's reassuring.
You're welcome. So I'm also going to, Loretta, did that also answer your question about since when have videograms been subject to visiting room policies?
It has, and I added this to the chat box as well. I just have concerns about, DOC overreach policing us in our private homes when we are not incarcerated people and we are not on site at a facility. So I think balancing our free world liberty and not subjecting us to puritanical visiting room clothing guidelines any more than DOC has to would do a lot to win family trust. And, it just seems absurd and it seems like a major overreach.
Okay, thank you for that. Yeah, like I said, this is something that we will be revisiting in the future and looking into. So Paula, the Ombuds office has been working with families and visited a few mailrooms. Are you working with them? Yes, absolutely. So Joanna Carnes and I are in conversation quite a bit during the week, and we have been in a lot of communication about mailrooms in general, whether it's the policy, whether it's whether it's the rejections or the appeal process, or adding more information like possibly a do's and don'ts list on doc.wa.gov for all the family and friends when it comes to mail to make it a little bit easier. In order to reduce rejections and, frustration when those rejections do arise.
Tracy, this is Geneva. I think we might have missed a question in the box a little further back, so I just want to make sure. Anna had asked if you could confirm that all the mailrooms are up and running at the moment. We know there is a virus outbreak in Eastern Washington, and having them open is so important because many of our loved ones are in isolation. Some don't have a TV.
Okay. So yes, thanks, Geneva. So yes, the mailrooms are up and running with the exception of the temporary layoffs that we discussed earlier. the mailrooms were actually on temporary layoff Wednesday, Thursday, Friday of this past week. So as far as the virus outbreak, there has not been a time other than the layoffs that the mailroom has not been open. So as far as when I say open, I mean everybody that can be there is there. So as we know, when there's, a virus outbreak at a facility, that also affects the staff. And, there may be staff that may not be able to come to work, whether it's due to positive COVID or coming in contact with somebody who possibly had COVID. So I can tell everybody on this call that we are absolutely doing our best to get all the mail processed. So I'm going to kind of group this into this one question, but as far as JPay first class mail, the facilities are having a hard time keeping up with JPay. And, once the visiting room closed, JPay has been, more than triple for every facility. And so we are reaching out and finding more resources, training more staff to process JPay messages, trying to get them done as quickly as we can. And that's for everything. That's for publications. That's for first class mail. So I know at times it might seem like it's, taking a long time to get those messages processed, but we are trying to find out a way to do so.
Tracy, this is Anna again. I just wanted to chime in for a second regarding JPay piece of it. I know that there are some messages that go through right away without anyone having to touch those. And then I also know that there's some messages that if they have a security word or some sort of a word that's suspect, it goes into a queue, and then one of your mailroom people has to review that email and release it. And that's the process that you were talking about. That is where you have a huge backlog ever since visiting closed. And my question about that is, my understanding is that every facility has their own list of words that are prohibited. How can there be some sort of a consistency? Because, and I can just give you an example. I sent my son a lyrics the other day, and they had the word fire, and it didn't go through. And we had to wait for probably 20 days for him to get these lyrics just because of that word. The question is there anything that you do or any communications that you have, perhaps with Ruben Rivera on this? How can that list of words not be in the hands of facilities, but maybe be managed at headquarters level so that each facility does not add whatever word they think is a dangerous word? Do you see what I'm asking?
I do, and that's actually something that I was involved in a conversation about this just yesterday, is eliminating some of those words and making it statewide instead of each facility doing that. So I know, I've actually been involved in JPay since the beginning. I was a mailroom sergeant for a lot of years. So, you're right. The facilities do have that ability, but if the flag, if the security words list wasn't so long, and some of them, in looking at some of them, they probably could be removed.
Yeah.
So,
I'm glad to hear that you are aware of this issue, because that's exactly what contributes directly to the backlog, right? It's one thing when emails have attachments, those have to be reviewed, but when you have, a long list and different list for each facility, that surely makes it more complicated.
Right, I agree. There will be times when I can say that there may be a time when a facility needs a certain word. Different things happen at different facilities sometimes. And so for that reason, they might throw that flag word in there. But again, I think that that's something that needs to be at least governed or managed by headquarters. I do agree with you, Anna.
Tracy, this is Wendy Dubinsky. I have a question about this same thing, like with JPay's going through. We've experienced, and I'm speaking for WSP, the penitentiary, there are some people that can send a simple email or, JPay to an inmate, and it might take 10 days for them to get it. It might say, just checking to see if you got this message. It doesn't go through. Where other people can send all kinds of messages, and they get them almost instantaneously. So it seems that there are some people that for some reason, maybe the people are flagged or the inmates are flagged, that their stuff has to be validated, but it doesn't seem very fair that it takes so long to get their messages that we can actually send US mail and it gets there faster than a simple email. And we're not even saying love or anything in a simple JPay. Can you acknowledge that?
Checking might be a flagged word.
Right. So, there may be a security
What might
word.
be a flag word?
Checking, one of
the
the words
message-
that was used.
Yeah, the message itself may have a flag word in it, and if that's the case, it won't be automatically released. But to answer another part of your question, JPay does have the capability of IIU staff, kind of putting someone on, I want to see all their messages type of thing. So
This is Michelle Mason. I was just curious to know where there is the largest backlog of emails coming in, if those are the facilities that are actually making photocopies to have a hard copy of that email on site, which is, I know, an allowable policy. But if they're trying to photocopy every single email to keep it in a file, that would create an extreme backlog, in my opinion.
So I can tell you that there should be absolutely no mailroom that's printing off every email. JPay is meant to be a electronic process, and unless that email is being used for some kind of investigation or disciplinary action, we shouldn't be just willy-nilly printing anything. So if that's
I do believe that came up. Yeah, I do believe that came up in one of the COVID calls with Joanna during the ombuds. And if memory serves me correct, I could be wrong, just letting everybody know. I believe that was something that was going on in Monroe.
Okay, so that is something that I can look into. I can tell you right now that Monroe doesn't have time to be photocopying every email. I mean, we're talking about thousands of emails coming into these facilities. And it wouldn't really be, if they are printing anything for disciplinary or investigative reasons, it would be a simple print. It wouldn't be, we're going to spend all this time photocopying anything. But again, they shouldn't be doing that with every message. So that's something that I can actually look in to MCC and see, what's happening there with that.
That would be great.
This is Diane from Stafford Creek. I was wondering about the holiday packages. With the mail volumes being very high, and I'm sure the holiday packages are going to be very high, is there going to be any delay in that?
So holiday packages do not come through the mailroom incoming. That is handled in the property room. And property is unfortunately not one of the areas that I oversee. So I can't answer that.
Well, that's good. Because
I'm
you guys
curious.
are overloaded. That's why I was wondering.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So are there days that they are not getting mail? Because
The
there's nobody
mailrooms
working?
are open. So the mailrooms are open Monday through Friday.
Okay, so-
Again, except for the temporary layoffs. So
Okay,
mail
so
should
that's
be-
what I'm asking. When during the temporary layoffs, is there nobody in the mailroom delivering mail?
Correct. So
Okay.
each facility.
So my question is, why, at Coyote Ridge, they put out a memo saying that there was going to be certain days that the mailroom, they weren't going to be getting mail, and then it was revoked. And on our COVID informational call, Jeff Utek said that the mailrooms would be open, that it wouldn't affect that. But now you're telling me that it did, that is happening.
So as far as the temporary layoffs, each mailroom is staffed differently. So sergeants and officers were not temporarily laid off. The mail processing drivers were. So if the mailroom indeed has a mailroom sergeant and a mailroom officer and, possibly some other staff that are assisting in the mailroom, then they could stay open. But whether that mailroom was going to be operational was a facility decision based on their staffing and what they could get done without the mail process drivers. Does that help?
Yes.
Hi, this is Julie Triggs.
Hi.
Hi, Steve. Hi. So I'm going to ask a silly question, and I know there was some discussion about the colored envelopes issue, and I was on a call and I was in my car and I didn't hear what was the resolution of that? With the holidays coming up, I like to send in daily a holiday card that doesn't have glitter, which is kind of hard to find, but they often have colored envelopes, reds, greens, blues, blah, blah, blah. So what was that solution?
So the colored envelopes are not being rejected. Nobody's going to get a rejection reason for them, but they are being photocopied and not being delivered to the incarcerated individuals for security reasons. So, if you can find a white envelope, he'll be able to get that, or she will be able to get that envelope. But if it is a colored envelope, it will be photocopied, and the individual will receive the contents and the photocopy of the envelope.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. So I'm going to go up here. I know I only have 5 minutes left, but I want to make sure that I'm hitting on all these questions in the conversation line. Let's see, videograms up and running.
This is Michelle Mason. I was just curious on clarification. So if a colored envelope comes in with mail, they're getting the contents of the colored envelope, but you're keeping the colored envelope?
Correct. The colored envelope. Yeah, the colored envelopes are being disposed of, and they're getting a photocopy of it. So colored envelopes are, they are and have been a huge security concern in the mail rooms and amongst the population for a very long time. And this is actually something that it went through the Statewide Security Advisory Committee as a suggestion. Again, we're not rejecting them, so nobody will be getting rejection notices. And the reason we're not rejecting them is because the envelope is basically considered a container. It's not the mail itself. So they will still get their mail, just not the envelope.
Okay, that's good to hear. Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, so...
And that's for all the facilities?
That's for every facility.
Okay,
Yep.
just wanted to make sure. Thank you very much.
Yeah. So Loretta, you had a question, when will senders be provided with the policy required mail rejection for electronic mail? So it's my understanding that JPay is sending an electronic message to the sender when their email is rejected. And the reason that I'm saying that is because I've actually had some forwarded to me by some family or friends. I know there was a time when they didn't notify the sender. So can somebody correct me if I'm wrong on that?
I don't think that's consistently happening. I've never in my 5 years of using JPay received a rejection when my loved ones have.
Okay, so thank you for that, because again, this was brought up a long time ago and I thought it was an issue that was resolved. So I can reach back out to JPay and see what's happening with that.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Tracy, it shouldn't really be JPay though, right? Because if facility has an email that they are deciding whether they should allow to go through or not, it's really the facility that needs to push for that email to be sent back to the sender via JPay. So if I understand the process correctly, it's not something that JPay would even know whether, facility restricted that or not, correct? So I think it's the mailroom staff that needs to push a button to send that template JPay message to the sender.
No, it actually doesn't work that way. So when mailroom staff reject a message, they just click on a button to reject it, and then they type in the information on why it's rejected, and then they just hit submit. So like I said, I do know that some family and friends are getting it. So that's why I haven't looked into this for a long time. But I will put it back on my radar and reach out to JPay and see what's happening with that.
I see. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Tracy, there actually a couple meetings so far with the OCO office regarding the mailroom. So I'm kind of confused as to why this is part of the agenda today. Are you working with the OCO office as well of families' concerns regarding the mailrooms?
Yes, I am. I'm working with Joanna, like I said, quite often actually, about some of the mailroom concerns and trying to figure out ways to resolve them.
So we're here today to just recap on what you talking about? Sorry, I'm confused.
I think so. I was invited to the meeting. I was told that there's a lot of questions, and so I, was happy to hop on here and answer some questions for you guys.
Oh, I
At
just
our last
didn't want
statewide family
double
council
question.
meeting, it was requested that Ms. Schneider join, so she was asked to be on the agenda for this month. That's why she's here.
Oh, I understand, but I just feel like there might be like overlapping of questions, so just didn't want confusion for families. Thank you.
So real quick, Tracy, I want to interrupt you just for a second. Jim Donovan, are you on the line? Okay, so I don't hear Jim. Jim is supposed to be our 11:15, and I'm trying to reach him. He had confirmed that he would be on our call today. So Tracy, if you're able to go ahead and answer the rest of the questions in the chat box, because I know there were still a few there, I'm going to reach out and try to get a hold of Mr. Donovan.
Sure. Yeah, that's fine. So it looks like Byron Coates had a general comment about enforcement of policies and procedures with regard to mailrooms. Consistency across the state would be appreciated, and indeed consistency within any one facility. I completely understand, Byron, and this is something that I am working very hard on. I completely 100% agree with you. That policy should be applied the same exact way at every facility. Our policy does require us to, process the mail per the policy, per the RCWs, per the WACs, and not per, personal opinions or anything like that. So I can tell you that I am really trying hard to make this happen. As with anything, there's always going to be a gray area, even if you don't think there's a gray area. And so, I have informed the mailrooms that if there is a gray area, or for example, if we see a rejection at a facility and it comes up to us, as the final level of appeal, and we overturn that rejection, myself or my corrections specialist 3 always reach out to the facility, explain that we're overturning the rejection, and explain why, to take away any of that gray area so they completely understand the intent of the verbiage in that policy. So yes, consistency, I agree with you. Did you have anything else on that, Byron?
No, thank you for that. I think I made another comment about incentives further on down on the chat log.
Okay, let me work my way down to that here. Loretta, we answered the question with the electronic rejections. I wouldn't say that INI is the problem, definitely. They may add words to the list, that's true, but INI has a very difficult job in the facilities making sure that the incarcerated individuals, the staff are safe, and a lot of that information, we do get a lot of that information in JPay messages, and so they are definitely looking out for everybody when they're trying to catch some of these threats to security information in the messages. Expiration date imposed on flag words. So I think we kind of answered that we're looking at doing away with the local facility flag words. So that was another one from Loretta. For example, what I can say, kind of an example of that is, the word COVID. So COVID has never been, it's never been around, so it's never been a flag word. However, it's really important to us that we are able to see the messages from the incarcerated individuals and the family members, with their concerns with COVID, and, use that as, ways that we could possibly improve the facilities or whatever it might be. So there will be times when there's different words added based on the circumstances. So Byron, back to your question. Which prisoners can be offered incentives, rewards? Is one of those selected prisoners' mail automatically going through based on? No. So his question is one of the selected prisoners' mail automatically going through based on demonstrated compliance with adherence with policy, both on the prisoners and the family's part? So the answer is no. That would be very similar to us saying, any U.S. mail that you send into your loved one, or that they send out to you, never gets inspected. We don't really give, I guess, like free passes on mail. It's really important that, that we review everything. So Janet, where can we find the list of flag words? So again, because those flag words are security words used within the facility, that's not a list that we would provide. Geneva, I don't think that that anybody else would disagree with that. Because again, there's things that we're looking for, in those messages, words that we're looking for that really affects the security of those facilities. So does that answer your question, Janet?
Yeah, I think, where I was coming from was I would be sure, to avoid any words so that my messages would go through, promptly. Not looking, I wouldn't be obviously doing anything nefarious or anything. So, yeah, I thought it would just be helpful if I knew what to avoid. But I understand what you said. So, yeah, thank you.
So unfortunately, although you may be using that list in a positive way, if that list were to get out to other individuals, attempting to do some kind of criminal activity or activity that threatens the facility or the community, they could also avoid those flag words by getting the message directly released so staff would not catch it. So that would be a huge security concern.
Thank you, Tracy.
You're welcome.
This is Michelle Mason. I was curious to know why they're not able to redact the words that are inappropriate or security risks, because security is a big thing for both staff and the incarcerated population, so I totally get that. But wouldn't it be something where they could redact those words? That way they're still able to forward the mail, and that kind of keeps up positive spirits for the incarcerated ones. It also would reduce, stress on the staff, because I'm sure they, get backlash as well, and they're just doing their job. But if you redacted the words that were inappropriate, I would think that'd streamline things a little better. I don't know, just a thought.
So at the present time, there is no way for us to redact anything. Those electronic messages come through and we review them and either approve or reject. And that kind of, because JPay does fall in with mail, that's the same thing that we would not do with mail. We couldn't redact, information from a letter or anything like that in order to actually give the mail to the individual.
But also,
well, I know when I've requested things through public records requests that I have received electronic correspondence with items that have been redacted.
Right. So that's not over JPay though. So yep. JPay, you have to remember that JPay is an external system that we don't have that ability. And again, the JPay messages are processed like U.S. mail. So for example, if an incarcerated individual requests public disclosure, and before the public disclosure unit sends the information in, they can feel free to redact the information in order to give it to the individual. But if that public disclosure information comes into the mailroom and it's unredacted, we at that point would have to reject. So we don't have the ability to redact or, remove sections that aren't authorized without rejecting them.
Tracy, I also wanted to tell Michelle that it sort of ruins the purpose, right? I mean, we have to think about the worst case scenario. So let's say I'm writing somebody a message and I'm trying to bring drugs into the prison and I'm writing about cocaine. Let's say, for example, cocaine is one of those prohibited words. If I'm coming up with a plan in my email and my email has the word cocaine, if they redacted that word, my plan is still there. So I think the reason why it goes into a queue to be reviewed is because staff needs to look at the content of the email with that word to make sure that there is no security threat. Does that make sense? So I think that even redacting one word, it probably would not work, because then they want to understand what is this word about, what is being talked about. I've given an extreme example on, trying to bring contraband into the prison, but I suspect, Tracy, that is the reason why redacting would not even work.
You're correct.
I totally agree with you on that with just per word items, but if they're reviewing it, they would be, I have not done all these things, but I would think that they would be able to redact the whole section that they felt was threatening to staff and incarcerated individuals within each facility. So I agree. One word thing on a checklist isn't one thing. It's actually how the content surrounding that keyword plays into the message. So I agree with you on security. That is a big thing for staff and incarcerated individuals. So
again, at this point, because JPay does fall in with the mail policy, the messages are treated like mail. We don't have the ability to redact on JPay, nor do we have the authorization to do so. Again, we either approve the message in its entirety or we reject the message. Same with a letter or anything else.
Okay, that might be something for future contract. I don't know. The team that's working on that can discuss that in one of their meetings, possibly. Thank you.
You're welcome. So Emily, my husband sent me a picture 4 days ago that I still haven't received. So that's more of a individual facility specific question. I can't answer that one. If there was something rejected, there is an appeal process that your husband can initiate. So you might want to suggest for him to do that. The explanations, who is this? Suzanne. So the explanations for email rejections are not being thorough or clear. Improving the vagueness of rejections would be helpful. So this is something that we did discuss at length on the last call that I had with Joanna, and I believe there was some family members and friends on there. So again, just like rejection reason number one, the vagueness of the rejections is something that we are also working on. It is my expectation that when the mailroom staff write a mail rejection, that mail rejection paints a clear picture. So basically what I want to see, I want to look at that mail rejection and I want to see in my head exactly what's being rejected and exactly why. So that's my expectation. It's been my expectation, and I do know that, again, I don't see every mail rejection that the facility writes. I only see them when they come to me as an appeal. So again, if we see them under appeal and we're having to basically rewrite the rejection notice in our comment section in explaining why that rejection happened, that's not acceptable for me. So, we do reach out to the facility and provide examples of what it should look like. And I work with the mailroom sergeants when I see this happening.
Thank you. But if the recipient or the sender, the family, is not getting the rejection, is it up to then the incarcerated person to make that appeal? Is it on them alone?
Are you talking about mail rejections or JPay rejections? Email rejections.
Yeah.
Okay, so again, this kind of goes back to, that JPay apparently is not consistently sending out rejection notices. So the family and friends should be receiving the same electronic notice that the individual is receiving. And in that notice, like I said, it should paint that clear picture. So that's something that I'm going to work on with JPay, and then, it's definitely something that I will remind staff again.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Emily, how is a picture being treated the same as an email? There was no words, just a picture. So, there's rules governing what the pictures can contain. So I don't know if you're talking about a mail picture or a JPay picture, but all pictures are treated the same. If there's nudity, if there's, gang signs or anything like that, that photo would be rejected. So that's why all of the attachments have to be reviewed on JPay. Even if the message doesn't contain any security words, that attachment will still be reviewed. Thank you, Anna. I see that you answered that question. Let's see. Loretta, INI doesn't care about the message itself so much. They care about stopping whatever the message aims to cause to happen. Could you clarify a little bit on that, Loretta?
Oh, that was in response to the question about why messages aren't redacted. And so, you know, I guess what I'm trying to say is that I don't think the message is the end in itself. I think I&I's security goals are the end in itself. So that's another reason why just redacting the message would not be something they would consider doing. Or that's how I have understood it.
Right, yeah, you're correct. So it looks like we're at the end of the conversation questions. So Geneva, have you been able to get Jim on the line?
Thanks, Tracy. Unfortunately, no. So I'm hoping that all is okay. He confirmed with me this past week that he would be here. He knows how important this topic is to the Statewide Family Council, and he wasn't at our last meeting like he was scheduled to be. So I'm just going to hope that everything's okay with him and follow up later. I know myself and Rhonda have both been trying to get a hold of him via email and his work cell, and we're not having any luck. So I appreciate your time, Tracy, and I think what we're going to go ahead and do, you know, unfortunately, our schedule is laid out pretty far in advance, so our next presenter isn't scheduled until 12:30. However, I'm going to go ahead and take our break a little bit early and come back a little bit earlier so that we can discuss our next topic before Mr. Johnson comes on at 12:30. So usually we give a 15-minute break for lunch, but gosh, I'm going to go ahead and say let's see, what time is it now? It's 11:30. So I'm going to go ahead and break from 11:30 to 12. And so we'll come back at 12, and that way we can go ahead and have our election results conversation from 12 to 12:30 in time for Mr. Johnson to be here. So I apologize again. I know this staff accountability topic is extremely important to all of you. It's important to us as well. I don't have a good answer for you, so I apologize sincerely for that. But we'll go ahead and take a break now until 12 o'clock, so we will see you then.
All right, thank you, everybody.
It looks like we had a few folks join the call, so I want to make sure that I have everyone accurately accounted for. And so I'm going to ask for a couple folks here. So I have a Jackie, I'm not sure if it's Rakus. Jackie, are you on the line? Okay. Then I have a Diane Dural. Diane, are you able to let me know where you're from? I show that you're here on the call.
She's from TRU.
Thank you. And then I have Davina Kerr. Can you let me know that you're still on the line?
Yeah, I'm here.
Hi, Davina. And which facility are you with?
Airway, CRCC, WSP, Monroe, and Stafford.
Thank you. And then I have an Emily. Oh, Emily just jumped off. Okay. And then I have Q family member, are you able to identify which facility you're with, please? All right. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and get started, and then we also...
Excuse me. Hi. My name is Bridget Molina. You didn't call my name or anything, and I just making myself present.
Thank you. Which facility are you with?
Monroe WSR.
And you said it was Bridget Molina?
Mm-hmm.
Great. Thank you so much.
Hi, this is Danielle White. I'm from Monroe WSR.
Thank you.
Hi, this is Teresa Rasher. I'm from WSP.
Thank you.
Elizabeth DeLeon from CRCC.
Thank you.
Ellen Hargrove from Airway
Hold on
Heights.
just a second, please. Trying to write. I'm sorry, who was the last one?
Ellen Hargrove, Airway Heights.
Thank you so much. I see you there. Thank you, Diane. Is there anybody else on the line that I have not yet called or gotten your name for our notes?
Yes, Tammy Light.
Tammy, what was your last name? I'm sorry.
Light.
From Stafford?
Stafford and WCC.
Great, thank you. And somebody else was trying to talk as well.
Laura Valdivia, WSP.
Can you spell your last name for me, please, Laura?
Valdivia.
Z as in zebra?
V as in Victor.
Great, thank you. Anybody else? Okay. So again, I apologize for a little change in our schedule. I'm going to work on that and try to get that corrected. And again, my sincerest apologies to you all, because I know that that's an important topic that we want to discuss. However, so what I will do is move into our election results. So as you are aware, there was an email sent out right around the 1st of November. I don't remember exactly which day it was. I think it was Monday the 2nd. Requesting names for nominations for both our statewide Family Council Secretary and statewide Family Council Co-Chair, both family representatives for the 2021 year. I'm going to ask, if you are not speaking, if you could actually put your phone or your computer on mute, please. And for the individual who just joined us that is listed as in car, can you please identify yourself for our notes, please? Okay. So anyways, so we had sent out an email requesting nominations, and so we did receive several nominations for both our co-chair position and our secretary position, so thank you to those who took the time to do the nominations. And per our policy, we then create an opportunity for those individuals who are nominated, whether if they want to accept the nomination or not, and if so, to provide a statement to the statewide Family Council representatives that are currently in their positions to be voted upon for the next year. And so those were received from our co-chair position and submitted to the statewide Family Council reps, who then were able to vote electronically. We did receive nominations for our secretary position. However, 2 of the 3 chose not to accept the nomination. We also had some nominees for the co-chair position that chose not to accept their nomination. But with our secretary position, this is an integral position for our statewide Family Council. And so one of the nominees was Miss Loretta Peterson, who has filled this position for the past 2 years and was also a co-chair in the past as well. And so Ms. Cook and I discussed what to do with this because we had to request a policy exception request through the assistant secretary, and we were able to ask Ms. Peterson to stay on for an additional year with that approval of the policy exception because she has done this work. And in this next couple months, we're going to try to recruit someone else to take over this work so that Ms. Peterson can get a well-deserved break. But so we want to extend our congratulations and welcome back to her. And as far as our co-chair position, we did our elections. We had 2 nominees. And so I would like to extend a congratulations to Ms. Lauren Taylor, who has been elected to be the Statewide Family Council Family Co-Chair for the 2021 year. So again, congratulations to you both. We're excited to work with you. What I would like to say on top of that is, you know, this past year, I mentioned this earlier, we have had a lot of struggles. No one would ever have guessed that we would have been in the middle of a pandemic during the majority of this year and who knows how far into the next year. And so I just really appreciate the work of the family councils, both at the local level and the statewide level, that have continued to be flexible as we work through this, to create our meetings in a virtual format that we're still navigating through, as you can see, to be willing to have some really tough conversations that are not always comfortable, but I think that we still do make progress. And so I really thank the councils for their work this past year and look forward to moving into a new year. Suzanne, is there anything you would like to add to that?
Can you repeat who did you say won it?
Yeah, so our statewide family council family co-chair is Lauren Taylor for 2021, and the secretary will be Loretta Peterson.
I did have a question. Isn't Lauren Taylor, didn't she work for DOC?
That has nothing to do with this position. She's not a current employee of the Department of Corrections.
Oh, I just thought there would be a conflict of interest. I wasn't aware she was running, or really anybody was running, so it's news to me, and I just find it weird that that's not a conflict of interest.
This is Michelle Mason.
Is she a family of a loved one?
Excuse me, ladies.
Has she?
So I just asked
Has she been employed by DOC in the past?
Ma'am, there is no
Yeah,
policy
that
restriction
definitely.
against that, and she's not a current employee of the Department of Corrections, so there is no policy.
Does she have
Many families have already advocated to not have DOC employees considered for positions. An example, the OCO office. So it is a conflict of interest.
So if I could ask you all to please stop talking over each other, what I would like to do is have Ms. Cook also share any message that she would like to have, and then we will move into our next topic.
Clarification would be nice on if she has been a former DOC employee or not. Thank you.
Can we at least have...
So Suzanne, I have just made you a presenter as well, and I have unmuted you. If you would like to please unmute your phone, Suzanne, so that you can make your statement.
I just want to, as the exiting co-chair, I just want to extend my appreciation to you, Geneva, and the former DOC co-chairs that I have worked with, and feel it's appropriate to say that the process that we have gone through, the people who have been involved in the Statewide Family Council meetings, the agendas, the process that we created, are all in agreement with how the council is operating, and I really appreciate that. 2 people were nominated. Well, actually, a number of people were nominated, and the representatives, the voting body, voted. And so Lauren Taylor, who, yes, many years ago was a DOC employee, there is no conflict. She is a visitor in good standing, and she was elected. So I welcome Lauren to the co-chair position, and I appreciate the process that Geneva and I created electronically in this weird time. And I look forward to a new year of progress and process and change, respectful change devoted to this council. So there's my statement.
Thank you, Suzanne. So for clarification, excuse me, as indicated previously, the election did follow the policy requirements other than when an exception was requested and that was approved. And so as far as that goes, I want to thank everyone for their participation in that process. This would be the same as it would have been an in-person meeting, like our last year nominations were open to anyone who was present at that meeting as well. By doing it virtually, we actually allowed for more family members to be able to make nominations and provide input. So that part, I think, was very successful. What I would like to say is, unfortunately, yes, I did mute the audience because when we have people talking over one another, that is not appropriate. And so when I'm asking my co-chair to be able to speak and other people won't allow her to speak, I need to be able to present that opportunity to her. So what I will do now is I will unmute the audience. If you have a question, you may feel free to ask it. If you are on a phone and not a computer, you will have to hit *6 on your phone to be able to unmute yourself. Otherwise, on your computer, you would just hit your mute button as well. All right, so seeing no questions, I will move on and welcome Mr. Dan Johnson, who is here with us today. He is our new Assistant Secretary for Health Services. And so I am going to present for him and turn it over to him. Dan, are you here with us? You may have to unmute your mic.
I'm here.
I'm sorry. I just was able to unmute myself. I just had a final question on the elections. Nobody confirmed whether Lauren Taylor had a family member that was incarcerated or not.
Or can we talk about this at the roundtable time period? Like, that's all I was trying to ask.
Yes, we can talk about it at roundtable. However, to answer that question, yes, Lauren Taylor was reviewed and is a visitor in good standing. Okay, so with that, I'm going to turn it over to Dan. Dan, are you here?
I am joining.
There we go. Perfect. So I will pull up your presentation, and you now have the floor, sir.
I appreciate it. I apologize. Some technical difficulties there, right? Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you for allowing me to spend some time with you today. Before I get started, I wanted to extend a special hello from Scott Russell that I know many of you remember. And Scott now serves as the Deputy Secretary for Health Services, and I'm really delighted to work with Scott. But he said to say hello and to wish you all a very, very wonderful, happy Thanksgiving. Do you all see me okay?
It's not showing your camera, Dan, and I'm having a hard time pulling up your presentation, so I'm going to send it over to Rhonda and see if she can pull it up real quick.
Okay.
Oh, but there you are.
There you are.
Perfect. Hey, everybody. Do we have the presentation yet? I'm not seeing it.
We're having technical issues. I'm trying to get it. Hold up just a second.
Sure. I can launch on the first slide, which is a little bit about me. To start, I began about 2 months ago today on September the 21st. So I've got about 60 days in now, and I've been able to visit all of our locations where we provide healthcare services and get a good look at all the facilities across the state. I've seen a lot of good, a lot of real good, a lot of good people. I've had people come up to me and just say, I love being here. I love what I do, and I believe in this mission. And it's really heartwarming to see that, from people. I've honestly seen areas where we'll definitely need to improve, where we have opportunities there, but that's to be expected. On the good side, we have a lot of decent and talented people dedicated to providing care for your loved ones. In fact, our health services team recently selected the following purpose statement and guiding principles, and I'm hoping we'll be able to pull that up. Well, I'll go ahead and talk through it, but the purpose statement that was selected by our health services team was to provide integrated treatment services to improve overall quality of life throughout and beyond incarceration. One more slide from there.
So Dan,
Yep.
This is Geneva. I just moved you up to a presenter. It may let you present. It's not letting Rhonda and I present our screens right now. So if you want to try.
Okay. I was able to move it. So at this point, where I was leaving off was the health services team developed a purpose statement, and that is we provide integrated treatment services to improve overall quality of life throughout and beyond incarceration, and guiding principles that went along with that. And they are, we will provide high quality and compassionate care. We'll attract and retain a highly skilled, talented, and diverse workforce. We'll continually seek ways to improve the quality of care delivered to our patients. We'll encourage a safe and healthy workplace, and we'll create and maintain an environment that values professionalism and dedication of its workforce. And I'll tell you what, I can work with that. I can work with that, and I believe we all can. As for opportunities and challenges, the big one, of course, we're dealing with coronavirus, and that leads to resulting budgetary uncertainties. We also have other issues. This isn't all of them by any means, but highlights are a chronic RN shortage across the state. And that impacts everybody in healthcare, not just us. Non-standard workflows, and frankly, workflows in some cases that have broke down, some of which obviously you know about. And the big one, as far as I'm concerned, and I know when Geneva and I spoke of this quite a lot, we have no electronic health record. And really, to put that in perspective for you, in my 25-year career in healthcare as an administrator, the last 20 years, I've always had an EHR present. So to not have that really for me is, once we get that going, and we will, that will be a game changer for us. So moving forward in how to address our challenges and really to build the team around me, we are planning on having a leadership team strategic summit, and the strategic buckets, we just kind of organized some ideas and some themes into some buckets to kind of get the conversation started. I don't anticipate these will be all the strategic areas we cover, but to give you a flavor of what we're going to be putting our tactics and ideas into these buckets, there's beginning with clinical and operational excellence. We really need to take a critical look at our workflows and enhance what we can. I'd like to standardize what we can across so that when people are working and they transfer from one location to another, maybe somebody that's a temp working from one location to the other, there isn't such a difference that you feel like you're starting a brand new job at another location. So we can't standardize everything because, you know, each location is unique with their layout and age and that type of thing. Leadership development, another really big bucket for us. This impacts and will need to both clinical and our administrative leaders, of which we've got some pretty good people. But, you know, we all need to tighten up our game, and we also need to look at the meetings we hold, what makes sense there, the amount of time, and if we have too many meetings, if we spend too much time in the meetings, and that the meetings themselves could be more crisp. Technology enhancement. Obviously, I talked earlier about implementing the electronic health record. You know, we've been in contact with folks to try and speed up this process, been working with the budget team, and we think we've found a way to perhaps speed up the cycle on implementing the electronic health record, maybe by as much as a year. But it's going to take a little bit still. We've also been in contact with my peer in Oregon. They're working on the EHR, so maybe we'll have a friendly challenge with them like the moon launch and see who gets there first, but also work together. We have opportunities to really develop and enhance telehealth services so we can get more specialty services brought to us on a consistent basis through telehealth. I think that would be great for everybody when and where you can do it, because it eliminates the need for movements and having multiple people, you know, help a person to and from a site. So we really want to optimize that as much as we can. Professional, and what I mean by this, you know, our providers, our physicians and APCs, our allied professional clinicians, the recruitment and retention for those individuals. We need to make sure we're competitive in salary and the benefits that we provide to those individuals. I have the unique perspective of having come from kind of the outside environment with whom we compete. So I know what it looks like. I know what individuals are able to fetch in the outside environment, and they are limited supply. You know, there's infinite demand and finite resource for those folks. So we want to make sure we are on a competitive footing, because it's challenging enough, frankly, to recruit individuals into our environment in some cases. Although once we get people, you know, they get hooked on our mission and they want to stay. I know that happened to me. Pharmaceutical optimization. This may not seem like that big a strategic bucket, but I'll tell you what, you know, if we're able to properly ensure best pricing up front, and I promise you there's opportunities here from what I've seen, make sure that all prescriptions are appropriate, that they still make sense at the course in a person's, you know, healthcare journey, and appropriate and controlling waste at the back end. So there's kind of a front end where we can save money, and the back end we can control waste. And if we do this right, I'll tell you, that alone could over time pay for the electronic health record. We talked before about the budget being a challenge. This is a way where we take on a big expense like that electronic health record, but maybe we help through controlling waste of pharmaceuticals, paying for that. Doubtlessly, there'll be other strategic areas we explore and we adopt, you know, based on the input of the leadership team. But I just wanted to give you a flavor of how we'll be approaching things here in the near future. That's kind of my quick look at things, you know, 60 days in. So I appreciate your time and attention, and look forward to your questions. Thanks.
So Dan, I don't know if you've seen, there's a couple questions for you in the chat box. Are you able to see those?
I can eventually get there. All right. Okay, I will, starting with Wendy and Dean Dubinsky. Please tell Scott hello back from us. Will do, thank you. Suzanne, how will the issue of HSRs transfer with a person from facility to facility, unit to unit, particularly in support of chronic illness? I'm not sure I'm tracking that question completely. I apologize. Geneva, could you help maybe translate that one a little bit for me?
Yeah, so, and Suzanne, correct me if I'm wrong. Or actually, go ahead, Suzanne.
Yeah, I mean, I can answer the question. I'm here. HSRs, Health Services, I can never remember the acronym. They are provided by medical to a person to accommodate their health issues. And when a person moves from to another facility, that they now have a new medical team, and that medical team will rescind those HSRs based on their whatever, this new medical perspective. And I mean, I go around and around and around with this because my husband is an elder person and has many chronic health issues. And so each time he moves from one facility to another, we have to fight for these HSRs to be returned to him. So it's a big issue. It's been a long time issue. And I guess what I really want to say is perhaps we could talk about it and you can begin to address it, understand it and address it, because it's very problematic.
Suzanne, I can appreciate that. And unfortunately, I'm not in a position at this point in time to probably address it. It hasn't come up, but I do appreciate you raising my awareness. And I promise I will take a look at this as long as we keep track of our questions, Geneva, and I will get with Dr. Carrico, our most excellent Chief Medical Officer, to see where things stand with this. Thank you for the question.
Thank you.
This is Michelle Mason. I had a question about incarcerated individuals, especially ones that end up coming back into the system. Once they leave the system, their records are held on facility site for 6 months. Then they are boxed up and manifested and sent back to DOC. How long, once they go back to DOC headquarters, are they held before they're destroyed?
You know, that's a great question. And I know, frankly, from my previous healthcare background, records should be maintained. It's different for different types of specialty, but, you know, in some cases, they want records to be held indefinitely, forever in effect. Sometimes it's 10 years. I don't know if DOC has a specific amount of time for everybody. I'm not aware of that yet at this point in time. So I will hold that question and get an answer to you.
Yeah, this is just my personal experience with requesting through public records for information regarding my loved one, and have found out that that's been happening, is that these records are not held indefinitely.
So Dan, if I can assist you with that. So we
Sure.
follow the statewide records retention schedule that is put out, I believe, is that the Secretary of State's office, Rhonda? I believe that's the office that it comes out of, but that's statewide mandate. And so we follow those statewide retention schedules. I don't have that offhand with me, but I'm sure if you look online or you can request that through medical records, they can tell you what those timeframes are.
Yeah, it's not just medical records, it's all educational and everything.
It's the same for all of our records. We follow the statewide retention schedule, and every type of record has a different retention schedule timeline. So it could be 5 years, some records are 50 years, some are 7 years. It just depends on what type of record it is.
I know in my case, these are some records that have been less than 5 years. Do you know the RCW code that follows?
I sure don't. Sorry. Oh, looks like Loretta just posted it down in the chat.
Okay, I'm on a teleconference, so if you could
I would
verbally
imagine
relay
if you
that.
Google State of Washington records retention, you would be able to find that link as well. It's through the Secretary of State's office. And Loretta said
you
she
don't
will
have that
include it in the
visibly
minutes as well.
available? Okay. Oh, thank you.
I'm going to go to Loretta's question from 1225. By leadership team, do I mean health service leadership or DOC executive strategy team? Thanks for the clarifying question. I do mean the health services leadership team, although we are in constant constant communication back and forth with the DOC executive strategy team. From Yasi, the next question. Sorry, computer skipping around on me. Can you focus on regaining trust from incarcerants? There's a fear of utilizing health services due to fear of infractions. This fear is really impeding those in need of basic health services that could prevent more serious situation. You know, I hope we do over time, and that may take time for that to occur, but you know, most people I've talked to on the health services team side, you know, we know what we're there for. We are entrusted with the healthcare needs of your loved ones, and we take that very seriously, and we want to provide the best services we can. And so, my task is to help lead the team, to organize the team, to get the resources the team needs, to advocate for the team. And in some cases, we'll need to make changes with the team. We'll need to make changes perhaps with people, with processes, and with workflows and technology. And those are the things we're going to focus on. Byron Coates, a couple of challenges, issues, which I'd appreciate being addressed on the ground. Can we elaborate on that a bit?
He's got them a little bit further down in the chat box, Dan.
Yeah, I messed up in my typing. One of my first one has already been answered. You just answered it, but the second one is further down.
Okay, I'll scoot down there. There continue to be issues of correctional officers threatening infractions when an inmate seeks medical care. I will want to learn more about that. I haven't experienced that, but that on the face of it doesn't sound right to me, so I would want to investigate to see how and where that may be occurring. Does not sound like what we would want to be happening in our environment for sure.
Well, it's not coming from the medical staff, it's coming from the correctional side, and they use it as a threat. That's all I'm saying. I understand, and I know it's not what you're saying is it's not coming from my side. So that's something I would need to get with the entire corrections team on and learn about. Thank you for the question. I appreciate you bringing it to my attention. There's a disconnect between correctional staff and medical realities. By this, I mean prisoners have medical issues which affect their behavior, issues which, because of HIPAA, the correctional staff is unaware. Medical staff need to be able to offer some context with the correctional staff. Well, that's a great point, and we will need to. I will keep a note of that, and when we do, I will bring that up specifically in our strategic summit. So that is something that we can develop a tactic, a plan to address. And I appreciate the suggestion.
This is Michelle Mason. Would a possible medical liaison staff member be more appropriate to kind of gap that HIPAA law requirement? So then the medical staff can still do the medical items, but the liaison can work directly between the incarcerated inmate and the medical staff. So that gap is no longer there.
That's a good. It's a good idea that we could certainly explore. I appreciate the idea.
Yeah, Dan.
Yes.
This is Verna Westman. I'm sorry, I'm just not able to get on my computer, so I could more or less meet you face to face. But
hi, Verna. Verna, yours was the first email I ever read when I started, and for everybody else on the call, Verna, I think she sent me an email before I even started.
Yeah. Okay. What I wanted to say, I worked with Kevin Bovenkamp when he was in your position, and I not only worked for Stafford Creek, but for inmates from other facilities that had no representative to our committee. And the ones that they just talked about, was the COs threatening or using threats, and that I had many complaints of that. So it's not something new. It's been going on for at least since 2010 when I got involved with the committee, and also the first one that you talked about. I'm sorry, I wrote it down, but I can't find it on my list here. And but I do want to say for everybody's information, I had one parent that emailed me, and it was 2 or 3 pages long of their son had multiple extenuating injuries coming into the system. And I went up and spent time in Kevin's office with him, and he couldn't give me a lot of information except that when he got in there was no electronic thing, so it was really difficult to work with it. And so my thing is, if you could get electronic records, it would probably simplify everything and maybe even help get things where there's less complaints. Because without those records, if they're not traveled with them, and let me tell you, some of those records, they start at the bottom from when they first come in and work up, and if they don't have complaints periodically where it comes up, they probably don't go back to the beginning. And also, for anyone that is interested, if they would have their loved ones have them sign a release form to give information, and that yearly, because they sign one when they first come in, and if my son has been there 20 years, if he doesn't sign one every year, every other year, it's way back in the bottom, and they may not be able to find it, so they're going to refuse to give information.
Well, thank you for that. And all I can say is, we can't get an electronic health record soon enough. It is my number one priority, and we will push to make that occur. Having said that, that will be a significant change for our health services staff, and some people may not make it to the other side of that. That is so difficult a switch of your environment, and many of the electronic health record companies, they don't bend to your will. You really have to change your processes to fit the electronic health record, and if we pick the right one, it will really have benefit not only inside and with our processes and making sure we have reminders for work and specialty meetings that need to take place for the patient, the referrals, etc. It also aids not only in our information when somebody is returns outside of prison, when they're in reentry, it also helps from the front end. We can get records come through us if we have the right electronic health record, where the information flows electronically. So you're very right about that. I've seen a number of other questions come in. I had seen one that related to telehealth. In some cases we have had telehealth services in place, and basically, that's where we're able to provide an individual a place to go and to meet with a specialist, telephonically with a screen. And, it's possible, for beginning appointments and not for hands-on health care, but, to at least get the process started with specialists, with primary care, with mental health. It can help us, and anytime we could eliminate the need to actually have a movement, it just saves everybody.
Right. Yeah, and I know there's been a lot of televisits because of this COVID between out in the private health care too.
Sure. I'm just glancing through the questions on the side here.
This is Michelle Mason again. I'm curious to know why Hi. I have power of attorney and health directive for my loved one. However, it's not recognized by DOC. Instead, they require an additional form, form number 13-035. And in that form, there is a section, it's substance abuse CD treatment records are also being requested, requires form number 14-172, which does not exist in the forms matrix on the DOC website. And I was just curious as to why, if it's requesting an additional form to be submitted with the additional form that has to be submitted above my power of attorney and health directive, that's a lot of forms when trying to get information for my loved one's health, since DOC no longer has his prior health records. I have to see what they currently have and what I may need to supplement with the records that I have from his primary care physician on the outside.
That was a lot there. So what does the question boil down to? And I will likely need to do research to get an answer to you. I apologize.
That's okay. It's a lot of information, I understand. Why does DOC not recognize power of attorney and healthcare directives?
Sure. Okay. Thank you. We'll keep a record of that and look into that. And my intent would be to get an answer to you if not before Thanksgiving, shortly after. Okay.
Dan?
Yes.
Dan, I don't know if this would help her or not, but I had the occasion a couple of times with where an inmate was sent to the hospital and had to have surgery, and other things happened in other instances, but the doctors there told the family of this one patient that they could not give out any information. They had to pass it to DOC, and then the physician at the facility would answer their questions. And as far as I know, that's the way the DOC is working. Now, this was about 5 or 6 years ago it happened, so I don't know if things have changed or not, because we really haven't had a committee going since Kevin left.
Yeah, unfortunately, my loved one's been to the hospital twice, and I haven't been able to get any information in regards to exactly what's happened. And since the JPay video visits don't work correctly, we can't have a conversation on that. And since DOC doesn't recognize the healthcare directive of powers of attorney, I wasn't even notified when he went to the hospital last time. I don't even know exactly what the procedure all entailed. And the form that I now have to submit, and I have to submit 2 forms, and one of them doesn't even exist on the forms matrix on the DOC website. So my concern is that the next time that I may physically see my loved one in the flesh is in a casket.
Yeah, and I understand. When I was working, I was an RN, and at a couple of hospitals I worked at, we did have inmates come in for surgery or other illnesses, and I know that most of them did not allow families to sit in the room because there was a guard on the door and a guard in the room with the inmate. But they were able to sit in the waiting room and that, but we couldn't give them any information either, because at that time they didn't have power of attorney, so I don't know what would have happened with that. The only time we did let someone go in the room was if they were comatose and there was probably the last hours in that, but then a guard was with them too. So
it's unfortunate that I'm 400 miles away, so I wasn't be able to sit outside the door, and I was never notified. As having healthcare directive, which was notarized in the facility there, so they had the records on site because their notary notarized those forms, and I have never been notified that he was taken to the hospital.
Yeah, well, I don't know about that. I don't remember if this person was notified by the facility or the hospital or what that I'm remembering. But if you need someone to talk to about this, you can get a hold of me anytime. I live within 30 minutes of the headquarters, so if there's any questions that you have and you need an explanation to, I might be able to help you.
And how do I contact you?
Hi, Mr. Johnson. Can I ask you a question, please? I'm sorry. Do you have an email address that we may have?
Yeah, I believe they just posted it.
Okay.
I'm only on teleconference.
We're very happy to have you. I know there's been several months that we haven't had a secretary, so welcome aboard. Will you be addressing the COVID-19 that's happening in the prisons soon?
What do you mean by addressing that?
Well, being there's now more outbreaks going on in the prisons, will you be maybe possibly having like a public appearance to families of the incarcerated, not just to people that are on the phone, so we can understand maybe the protocol of you coming into this position of what you may be, foreseeing in the future on how you're going to be possibly giving the medical facilities at the medical departments at the facilities instructions of how the COVID and how we as families, sorry, I'm just all over the place, but how COVID, how it can be, I don't know, I guess.
I think if I believe I understand what you're trying to get at, that is, you'd like an opportunity to hear from the Health Services leadership team on how we are attacking COVID at this point in time. And I think that that's a good idea. And it wouldn't be me alone. There's a real strong clinical team that is working very hard on that. And there are some excellent processes in place. It's obviously challenging, across not just in our facilities, but, across our country. But it is a very, very strong focus of ours. And I think overall, if you were to compare us state to state, you'd see we compare very, very favorably with other institutions. But I don't have a time and a date for something like that, but I will carry forward that suggestion and see what we could get together here in the very near future. Okay?
That would be really appreciated. My name is Kehalani Walker, and I do talk to a lot of families across all 12 prisons, so I will be reaching out to you. Thank you very much for that.
You bet. Thank you.
This is Julianne Preston. I have a question, a couple actually. Why is the fee for an inmate to get copies of their medical records to send to a specialist so expensive? And another one is, if you are going to do a public speaking whatever, is that going to be open to all families or just select families?
I'd have to see how we would be able to implement something along those lines. It'll be a new process for me. And then as far as the cost of getting records to specialists, I don't believe we set the pricing on that, but I will look into that too. Geneva, do we have a means to keep track of all of the questions that are coming through?
Yeah, the ones in the chat box we are copying, and we will send that to you via email so that you have that and are able to do some response to that, and then we can include them in our meeting minutes that go back out and are publicly posted on the website.
Okay, and how about the ones that are just coming in, verbally?
I know Rhonda is tracking some as they're coming through, and I would imagine Loretta is too. I think Loretta just joined back. I think she was bumped out for a second.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Anybody else have questions for me?
I was wondering how you address mental health problems. Particularly, I'm interested in some of these people have PTSD.
Well, I do know we've got what I would consider a very strong contingent of mental health care providers available to us. And again, that's based on my experience on the outside. And we've got a good contingent, a fair number of providers. We've got physicians, we've got master's prepared social workers, psychiatrists, psychologists, working in a lot of different disciplines and programs with our inmates. There's a lot of need for sure, but we've got a respectable number and contingent of professionals that are dedicated to really making everybody better.
I appreciate that. This is Michelle Mason again. I was wondering, when your group is working, how do they go about getting outside information so they can correctly work with each individual, since many that either leave and come back or have just gotten there do not have current and complete medical histories on site?
It's a great question. It's always a challenge. In some cases, individuals, I mean, across our population, there's some individuals that frankly no records come with them. It's difficult. Again, the electronic health record, being able to import and export records electronically will help. But in some cases, we just don't have anything coming into us. And so we kind of have to build a diagnosis, build a medical history from scratch. And if we're lucky and our incarcerated individuals can help us obtain records, we can reach out and get them. But it's not perfect by any means. Providers move, they consolidate practices, retire, and it can be difficult.
For loved ones who have current medical information, how would we go about making sure that you get that information so you can make proper assessments and proceed from there?
I would say if we can send them to the facility attention health services team at the particular facility, they would get to our team. Geneva, would you agree with that? Anybody else on the DOC side on the call?
I missed the last part of that. What was the question? I'm sorry.
The question was basically, how can loved ones get healthcare records in our possession? And I said, if they've got paper copies, they could literally get them to the facility attention health services, and they would get to us.
Yeah, that would be accurate. They would just be addressed to the medical records department. Mm-hmm.
Would they be considered the same as legal mail?
No.
Where legal mail comes in and it's not scanned or, gone through because of confidentiality? Would health records? Oh,
they're
so they don't have to fall under the HIPAA law? So they're not okay. So
legal mail. So there is a process for an individual to have records sent in or requested through their medical provider that they can request through their medical provider. To do that and have those forms directly submitted from a medical facility to the medical clinic, to bypass that. Because that's how typically we would assume that they were authorized records.
Right, but I can't fly a kite and, send a kite out. So if I had those records and wanted to send them directly, you're saying that there are no HIPAA law protections in force keeping those medical records confidential between...
The mailroom that processes the mail for the incarcerated individuals, they don't treat the staff mail the same. If there's medical records that are being sent to the medical office, which is staff, they are not processed in the same manner as mail for the incarcerated. So that would go to the medical staff. However, those are not considered legal mail.
Okay.
Any other
Mr. Johnson, I'd like to ask you a question. Would there possibly be a consideration, or just wanted to put a thought in your head, again, being new to DOC? I know for myself, my husband was at Coyote Ridge for a little while, and I I would really like to ask if maybe in the capital improvements that possibly in the future that there be some sort of medical facility built at Coyote Ridge, because there is no hospital near here. So I just wanted to throw that in for you.
I appreciate that, and having been there, I know what you're saying. Thank you. I know we're coming up on the end of my time to keep you all on schedule, and I know Geneva's big on staying on task. So, are there other questions for me in our remaining 4 minutes? And I'll do my best to answer them. Otherwise, I really appreciate everybody's time and attention, and frankly, the honesty in which you've spoke with me. I really appreciate it. It gives me a flavor for the work that needs to be done.
Yes, it would be great if we could get information on EHR system and the ETA on that. So you mentioned that you were working on it. It's your priority. So what are we looking at? Another year? What are the constraints?
Well, I'm just not going to be able to make any promises because of our budgetary challenges, and I'm learning about the budget myself. We're on a biennium budget basis. We're at a 2-year basis, but I can tell you that it will be into 2021, and in 2021, we will definitely be exploring which system we should select and be moving forward on selection procurement. It needs to be a fairly open process, and I will candidly admit that I have my biases because I really would like to see us have a system that not just improves our processes internally, but it works with our communities on the outside and systems that they use. That's as important to me as the internal processes, so that there is that free flow of information to keep people as healthy as possible, at the front end. And like I said, when they are experiencing reentry, the joy of reentry. So sorry I can't give you more specifics, but if you can hear it in my voice, it's at this point in time my highest priority, and I want to get that one across the finish line. I can promise you that. Not just me, but everybody on the health services team.
Thank you so much, Mr. Johnson. We appreciate you taking your time to be here with us today. I know that families are very excited for this new leadership in health services, and so as I noted in the chat box for those of you on the phone, we have captured all the written questions, and we will go back over the recording to ensure we have all the verbally asked questions, to be sure to get them to Mr. Johnson so that we can get detailed responses for you all for the meeting minutes for these questions.
Thank you all very much. Enjoy the remainder of your meeting and have a blessed Thanksgiving.
Thanks, Dan.
Thank you.
Bye, everybody.
All right, so next I would like to welcome Melina Thompson, who is our Executive Policy Director, as well as her Deputy Director of the Policy Office, Tricia Newport. And Melina, I have your handout ready. Whenever you're ready to have me pull that up on the screen, just let me know.
Thank you, Geneva, and good afternoon, everybody. Thanks for the opportunity to talk with you. Geneva, if you want to go ahead and put that up, that'd be great. So what we decided, we were trying to think about what would be most helpful for you all today related to our legislative priorities. And what we thought might be helpful would be to kind of remind you of the 3 agency request legislation pieces that we've been working on, and kind of let you know where we are in that process of legislation as things come up. So I'm not seeing it on my screen, Geneva. Is it up and I'm just not seeing it?
No, my computer's being silly, so I just sent this to Rhonda as well, and she's going to pull it up in just a second. Sorry.
Perfect. I'll just keep talking then, no problem. So the where we are in the kind of legislative cycle of the world is that all of the agency request legislation and all of our budget requests have been sent into the governor's office, and when we talked last time, that had just happened. Now what we're waiting for is in mid-December, we will hear back from the governor's office, both the policy and the budget office, which of those things we've requested they have chosen to put in their priorities, and then also which of our items we've requested they've put into the governor's proposed budget. I can say a little bit about what Dan was saying earlier, and that is, as he referenced, we did put some funding requests into the governor's budget for electronic health records. Hopefully a procurement process the first year, and then beginning some implementation funding after that the second year. So in terms of timing, Dan's right on. Probably 21, 22 will be kind of the beginning of our lift on that. Probably not fast enough for anybody, but for state budget cycles, that's kind of the box that we're in. I saw the document for just a second. There we go. Perfect. So the three primary pieces of legislation that we've asked the governor's office to consider are an expansion of graduated reentry. So this would allow for more individuals to come out into graduated reentry, so expanding the types, the timing of that, so allowing more people within 6 months of release to go into partial confinement under graduated reentry, and then also hopefully creating a pathway for folks who have sentences related to non-crimes against persons having the potential of serving the majority of their sentence under graduated reentry. The second one is increase in earn time. So our original proposal recommended moving to 50% earn time for some groups of sentences, and then also removing the restriction on weapons enhancements, so allowing people with weapons enhancements to have those months also be eligible for earn time. That one's kind of been interesting. There's been a lot of conversation in the Sentencing Task Force, the Sentencing Guidelines Commission, with some other legislature thinking about earn time. And so there may be other proposals that we end up with earn time. Hearing a little bit of feedback. Is there's someone who has their mic off?
Please mute your phones.
All right, I'm going to start again and see if we're good to go. I'm not hearing it as much now, so hopefully we're good. And then the last one is to limit tolling for supervision cases. So there's not a lot of evidence that tolling increases the ability for someone to avoid recidivism. So tolling, for folks not as familiar with that, basically says that if you are in jail or under a civil psychiatric commitment, or have been detained for some other reason, that those days toll or don't count against your supervision time, so you have to serve those at the end. And there's not a lot of evidence that adding those days at the end is very helpful in terms of helping people with reentry. So we're asking to stop doing that. So those are our three big pieces of legislation. So let me stop there and see if anybody has any questions about those, and then we can talk about where we are in the timeline.
Sorry, Melina, could you just describe one more time what kind of confinement is the tolling confinement?
Yeah. So people toll if they've been if they've been picked up and are in jail under a new charge. They could be serving time on a different charge, or they could be under a mental health civil commitment. So those things all toll.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm, no problem.
Rachel, it looks like you have a question. You can go ahead and ask, or you can type it in the chat box, whichever is easier for you.
Okay, this is my first time doing it Skype. Can you hear me?
We can hear you just fine.
Oh my God, I did it right. Okay.
Good job.
Thank you. I had a question because I've looked through a lot of these awesome things, and they really are awesome and are going to help a lot of people. One of my biggest questions is there going to be anything in talks for, I mean, the key words that we hear the most is with nonviolent offenders or with people that have crimes not against another person. Yet they completely redid the Washington 1 interviews 2 years ago, 3 years ago, because they were changing the classifications of a lot of the quote-unquote violent people, because they actually saw that there were a lot of nonviolent people, that low-risk nonviolent people, that their charge happened to be a violent crime, whereas, you know, they also had people vice versa that were violent but knew how to plead down or whatever to get the violent ones off. Is there going to be anything for those that have a violent crime classification or charge classification that they themselves have been classified lowest risk, nonviolent, and all that?
So I'm going to start, and then I think Trisha's online. She could probably speak to it more specifically. But what I can tell you is that the conversations that have been happening in the task force and in the Sentencing Commission are about, instead of having it be differential, meaning that certain classes of crimes get a higher level or a lower level, would be this potential of moving it to 33% across the board, regardless of the underlying crime or the risk assessment. So am I accurate about that, Tricia? Is that the proposal that they were looking at?
That is correct.
So I think that's kind of what you're saying is, really, doesn't it make sense to just have there be an earned time standard, and that is universal? So that wasn't what the department proposed initially, and there were a lot of kind of reasons to that had to do with past legislation that we thought we could get through this time to try and make some inroads. But it's likely that will look differently as we get through the legislative process, and the department would not be opposed to a version of this that would be a more universal approach like you're describing. I did want to say, someone put in the chat bar they were looking for the weapons enhancement. If you look at on our document where it says increased earn time, the second sentence says time on weapons enhancement would be consistent with underlying offense. So that is still part of our package, and we are hearing good support for that, which would mean taking in the weapons enhancements and allowing them to earn time. In fact, the Sentencing Guideline Commission, I believe, also is interested in just allowing earn time on all enhancements and not even weapons enhancements specifically. So I think there's a lot of movement in this area coming from lots of different directions. We're really hopeful that we'll get some traction on the earn time area to get to a more equitable way to do that.
Okay, I just need a little bit of clarification.
Sure.
When you said about the earn time moving to 33%, are you talking about the good time that was 10%?
So the proposal that I heard most recently was 33% for all crime types.
So right now there's people that have 30% earned good time that are facing violent crimes. Mm-hmm. Would those be moved to 50%?
So the 33% universal would just move everyone to 33%, but it also would allow weapons enhancements and other enhancements to earn that 33%. So it wouldn't increase anyone to 50%.
So we're not talking about moving the 33% to 50%.
So I know it's very confusing.
We're talking about moving it from 10 and 33 to 33 and 50.
So there's two separate proposals. Trying not to make it too confusing. The department's current proposal, as in the one we submitted to the governor's office, moves those who have 33% to 50%, but does not change the other ones. The Sentencing Guidelines Commission is interested and has proposed back that instead we move everything to 33%. So there'd be no change for the ones who are currently at 33%, but it would increase the ones who have the 15 to 33. So there's two different proposals. And maybe what would be helpful is we could do a follow-up that we could provide to Geneva to send out to you that kind of compares those two to be more, so that it's more clear.
I have a question.
Okay.
Would this be retroactive, or does it start when this policy goes into effect?
So the department's proposal right now is for it to be retroactive.
Okay, thank you.
When will we know when these are passed?
So we won't know till the end of legislative session. So late April, early May. And it's likely that these will all go through a lot of revisions as we get through the legislative process. So I think that what might be helpful is if we talk about next what the legislative process looks like, and then that will help you with the timeline about knowing that, if that's helpful.
Yeah. Thank
you. Great. So if we can slide down on the document a little bit. To legislative session will begin on January 11th. So the way that this is going to work is all bills that get introduced have to get on the hearing schedule in either the House or the Senate. And so legislative session starts on January 11th. And our bills will be heard in two primary committees, the Law and Justice Committee and the Human Services and Reentry Committee, and sometimes the Public Safety Committee. If the bills don't get heard in one of those committees, then it doesn't live. It just dies. So what you want, and what we're working towards, and what we will always look for partnership from you all, is to let legislators know that we're interested in these bills, that we'd like them to hear them. So we're doing a lot of that work now. We're trying to meet with legislators, trying to write to them, send them information, asking that they get in their committees. Once it's heard in a committee, they will vote on whether they pass it or don't pass it to the next committee, which is either rules or budget, depending on the kind of bill. And that will all be happening. That second round happens in kind of the beginning of February. So you try and get everything out of the first committee in January, early February, and then on to the second level of committee into February, beginning of March. And then there's what's called cutoff. So each committee has a cutoff date, and things that don't get through that whole process by cutoff are considered dead unless they are also in the budget, and then they could come back. This whole process for a long session, which is what we have coming up, will go through the end of April and potentially the first week of May or so. And then all of those bills will have implementation dates, so which could be 6 to 12 months out from when the bill actually passes. So again, it's not a quick process. So a good example is last year we passed the swift and certain changes, so the changes to how sentences are calculated, consecutive or concurrent, and we're in the process of implementing that. So even though it passed last year, it will be another few months before we're actually using that law because of implementation timelines. Let's see, I'm trying to pay attention to questions. I don't know enough about the Washington one. It's how it's being used to answer the question. I don't know if there's someone else who is able to. Looks like someone.
That was in terms of the concerns about prisoners with violent crimes being reclassified.
I don't know if Geneva, do you have anything that you could help me with on that?
So what was the question?
This was whether the Washington 1 assessments that have been done on prisoners in recent times, the newer assessments, whether these were the reasons some people were saying their loved ones were reclassified if they had a violent crime.
I am not sure. I wouldn't want to give a broad answer to that because I think that's probably a case-by-case basis of why someone's risk level could possibly change, because there's a bunch of different components to the Washington one, but there's also the static risk assessment, which is, their conviction history and things like that, which may change if we get additional information that would be separate. So if there's someone who has a specific question, I would encourage them to reach out to their loved ones in classification counselor, because they're the ones that do the Washington one assessment and that classification piece. And if you don't get anywhere with that, I would ask you to do that first. If you don't get anywhere with that, feel free to email me and I can look into it.
This is Diane at Stafford Creek. How does DLC feel about extending the youth bill, raising it up from 18, let's say, till 21, like some of the states have?
This is Melina. I'm not sure I understand the question. Could you ask me one more time?
Yes. DOC now within legislature, there is a youth bill, which when a crime is committed before 18, they go in for review. How does DOC feel about raising that age limit up to maybe 21 or 23 like some of the states? Would they be supportive?
So we had a bill last year that, or 2 years ago, the juvenile rehab bill that allowed individuals who were up to age 25 to serve their time within the youth system, within JRA. And there was a whole process this last year to identify those who were currently at DOC custody and move those who were both interested and qualified to go to JRA. Is that the specific area you're talking about?
Somewhat, yeah. I know with the bill that is now, if the crime is committed before they're 18 years of age, then they can go in the process of going back into court again. So I didn't know if if DOC would support the bill to go even farther in age.
Melina, this is Lauren Taylor. I'm going to jump in a second because I know this part really well.
Perfect. Thank you.
Back in 2014, we had what we called the Miller Fix, where anybody who was convicted under the age of 18, especially for aggravated murder, and then we did sentences that were de facto life, so anywhere up to 40, 50 years. They were allowed to go before the ISRB after 20 years for murder cases and those ones, and then after 25 for aggravated murder. And based off of a psychological evaluation, their programming, family support, they were eligible for release. And so but it only went up to 18. There was a bill that we wrote 2 years ago that we called the Emerging Adult Bill, which gave it up to 25, because there is significant scientific information that shows that brain development is not complete until 25. And so we were using that as an opportunity for those who were sentenced under 25 to very long terms to have a review after 20.
Terrific, thank you very much. And I would say, for as far as how does DOC, what is DOC's perspective, I think we are committed to provide services and security and all those things we're supposed to provide for whoever we're assigned to, and would work with JR or with the ISRB or whomever based on what the law tells us to do. I don't think we have a strong opinion one way or the other, and we would certainly want to make sure we're providing as much information about those populations to those working on those kinds of bills. So
thank you.
Neither opposed or for, and it will really kind of depend on how the bill kind of comes out. Let's see. Someone asked me about the second chances. Second chances is still in our budget request, so we're waiting for the governor to say yay or nay. They want a bill on second chances, which is legislation that would allow for individuals who have lifetime supervision to have that reviewed. So we're waiting on that one. So we didn't write a legislative bill to submit. We're waiting for the governor's budget to say yay or nay. That's something that they want to move forward. But we're waiting. We definitely are in favor of it if we can get it. I'm looking
Melina?
at... Yes.
This is Jeannie Darnielle.
Hi, Jeannie.
Hi. I just wanted to clarify on the just previous issue around the age limitations, that I will be prime sponsoring a bill that I'm sort of calling Raise the Age. It would actually increase the age of jurisdiction to the juvenile court system up to the age of 20. So it's different slightly from the emerging adults idea a few years ago. It's a phased-in approach.
That would be Joseph. Thank you, Senator Darnielle. That was very good information. I appreciate it.
Senator Darnielle, are you also looking to make that retroactive?
I'm looking to make as much as I can retroactive. Yes.
Thank you.
This is Michelle Mason. Welcome, Senator. I'm excited that you're here. I also heard that you are part of a meeting that's going to be that's going to be on December 2nd. And I was wondering how I would be able to either be part of or view that meeting.
Okay, great. That's December 2nd at 10:30. There will be a work session by my committee, which is the Human Services Reentry and Rehabilitation Committee. So we do have two programs that day that'll just be general information to the legislative members. And the first, let's see, let me think what those, I always get them mixed up. I've got too much planning going on, but one of the things we're going to be dealing with is the juvenile justice or juvenile sex offender registration laws. That will be one area that we're dealing with. And I believe that the second issue is on, I'm sorry, I should have had that information up for you here. It could be the one I'm doing on jail standards. I'm not quite sure of the date on that particular issue where we're going to try to set again statewide standards in jails. I'm sorry.
And how do
go
we
ahead and we'll come back to. I'll fill you in as I'll find out that information before the end of the meeting.
That meeting is December 2nd, Senator Darnielle.
Yes, it's on TVW at 10:30.
Senator Darnielle, may I ask you a question? This is Kaylani Walker, real quick. Thank you for actually being here. So nice to hear your voice. Will you be by any chance introducing the SB Bill 5848 again?
Not in that particular form, but we are going to be looking at the retroactivity issue. This is the ending robbery 2 as a strikeable offense.
Thank you.
So this is Melina again. I did want to say that on the document that we're sharing today and that I'm hoping can come out to all of you, it does have several links on it on things like how to read a bill, process for how bills become law, and the overview of the legislative process. One thing that we found as we were working with many people, trying to get more people engaged in reading the proposed bills is not always knowing how that all works. And so we wanted to make sure we provided some education and support for that. So we've added that to this document and hope that you find that helpful. Someone's asked the question about legislative sessions being virtual, and certainly Senator Darnielle probably has more detail, but everything that I've heard is that the Senate will be mostly virtual and the House will be almost completely virtual. And there's a lot of practicing going on, I know, within legislative staff and members to try and practice what that might look like, and that they're working hard on kind of how the schedules will work and how the process will work. But that is the expectation. I do know for sure that the expectation is that the legislative offices and the Capitol offices will all be closed to the public. So there won't be public meetings happening there. They're going to be all virtual meetings. So even if there are members or staff on site, the public access will all be virtual. Did I misspeak at all, Senator Darnell, on that?
Nope, that's perfect.
And just to add for Melina, so you know that, so the document we are sharing for you will be attached to the meeting minutes so that everyone will have that. It'll also be available on the website as an attachment to the meeting minutes.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Jennifer.
Do you know how long it will take before it's available for those meeting minutes and attachments to be seen? Will they be available before December 2nd?
We are hoping it will be. Next week is a holiday, so if we're able to move quickly, yes.
If not, how will we be? Does anyone know the website, that the direct address, so we can view that?
I don't think it's posted on a website right now. We're just sharing it off of a document form.
Is it on the legislative website under agendas?
Oh, I think you might be talking about two different things. So we're talking about the document that I provided that we're looking at and making sure that we get that to you as part of the minutes. I think were you speaking about the committee days work session that Senator Darnell was talking about? Is that what you're looking for?
Yes, thank you for that clarification.
No problem.
Sorry about that.
No problem.
That's okay. I'm learning.
I'm not sure if you have your committee days agendas up yet, Senator Darnell. Do you think they're up on the website yet? I wonder if she's talking on mute.
I can reach out to her legislative assistant. I have her legislative assistant's email address.
Yep.
And then where would I be able to share that with everybody that wants to be there?
I don't know how you can share it, but yes, Lisa probably can get you the information if it's not on the website. We can also look, and I can provide that to Geneva.
All right, I'll try and send out an email right now to Lisa and see if I can share it before the end of the meeting.
Just I don't know whether they've published those agendas yet or not. Are there other questions about DOC's legislative priorities and the process that we can help with today? Okay, well, I appreciate your time. I'm always happy to come, and please always let Geneva or others know if you'd like us to come. And as we move through legislative session and things start moving, I'm happy to give updates.
Thank you, Melina and Tricia, for being here today. We very much appreciate it. Okay, so next on our agenda, I have an OCO update for Joanna Carnes, the OCO director, but I'm not seeing anyone from OCO on the call. Is there anyone from the Office of Corrections Ombuds on the line? Again, is there anyone from OCO on the phone or on the computer? Okay, so I'm not sure. Again, hopefully all is okay with their staff. We did send the invitation, and I talked to Joanna specifically about her being able to be on this agenda, and she had accepted that via email. So I'm hoping that all is okay, but it doesn't look like we have anyone from OCO on the line. I'm gonna, let's see. Paige, are you still on the line?
Yes, I'm here.
Are you able to reach out to Joanna to see if she's going to be on?
I did.
Because have you heard back from her?
Nope, but I will let you know if I do.
Okay, great. So why don't we go ahead and do our break now, give a chance for Joanna or someone from her team to jump on. And if she doesn't, then we'll go ahead and move forward, but we'll just go ahead and move our break that was scheduled for 2 o'clock to 2:15 to now, and we will come back at 1:45. All right, so it is 1:45. We are back. So Paige reached out to Joanna as well as Caitlin and Matthias, and it doesn't sound like she got a response from any of them. Did anyone from OCO join the line? Okay, so we'll go ahead and move forward, and what we will do is go ahead and move into roundtable. So this will actually give us a little opportunity to have a longer roundtable as well. Because we have people both on the phone as well as via chat, in order to be fair to both groups, I'm going to break that into two sections. So we'll go with the phone callers first, and then we will break and move over to the chat questions so that both have an equal opportunity to ask questions or bring up discussion points. With that, if there is something asked in chat that was already answered on the phone questions, then we won't be repetitive in order to save time. So with that, does anyone on the phone have anything that they would like to discuss as part of roundtable?
Geneva, I'd like to bring something up. You said phone first, right?
Say that again, I'm sorry.
You said those on the phone go first?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I wanted to bring something up as a roundtable. I don't know if this is an appropriate forum for this question, but I'm wondering, we have a lot of people in quarantine and isolation now. And you know, before WSP even went to quarantine and before they had an outbreak, I talked a lot about fundraisers or something that can give them, you know, a little bit of, at least smooth that the environment that they're in now. Is there anything that's being discussed at the facility level, recognizing that everyone is super busy? Why would not they take volunteers from family council to assist them in making something like being something like that brought to life? You know, there are all these people sitting in four walls. They are in de facto isolation. If we could bring them something, gosh, store-bought sandwiches, anything, if the facility would, all they would need to do is just distribute it. Is that something that could ever be done?
So
Anything,
I can definitely have that conversation. Part of what takes so long with the fundraisers is not the handing out or the getting of the items. What it is so everyone that applies or puts in for a fundraiser, they have to verify that they meet the criteria. Usually those are for those that have been without certain infractions for a certain amount of time. But the more timely piece is the funds from their accounts and processing all of those. And so that's what is the time, place, and of course that couldn't be done by family members. However, I think there might be some room for discussion on what we could do to make things work. So I've written that down, Anna, and I will have that conversation with folks because I know, you know, with people being mapped out, contact tracing, I always say that wrong, contact mapping, those types of things. When you have a whole bunch of staff that get screened out or mapped out or can't come to work, you know, that just means everybody else has additional workload. And so I am more than willing to have that conversation and see what type of options or opportunities are out there.
Geneva, I totally hear you. I just wanted to also offer that you're saying that the longest time it takes is for people to collect funds and make sure that everyone qualifies. But just so you know, I'm also on IIBF committee, and there are funds in IIBF that are specifically allocated to something like this during COVID to do something for the incarcerated that might help them. You know, I'm happy to join any conversation with Anita to remind her that this line item is an IIBF budget at $75,000. So if that takes the longest and if that can be provided to them out of those funds, then that will eliminate that hurdle.
Perfect.
Thank you.
So I included that in my note for this. So like I said, I'll follow up. Of course, as you know, we have a holiday week coming up. So while some of us are working, like myself, we also have some folks that have time off for the holiday. So I will reach out and see what we can do. And I will also reach out to Anita and her team to see, with that IBF line item, what we can do with that.
Thank you very much.
Absolutely.
Just a shout out for all of you that are here on a Saturday. It is much appreciated.
Thank you. Same with all of you. I know you guys give up your time for this as well, so we appreciate that. Thank you.
This is Wendy. I just have a comment about Anna's question about the fundraisers. And we did hear from Rob Jackson, Associate Superintendent, that he did postpone that food sale based on the staffing issues and other things that were going on, and that he would hold those orders, and when they could, that they would open that back up again. I think he made that statement in the midst of this outbreak happening. So he's not saying it won't happen again, but this is what he told us, is that there were so many people, so many staff that were mapped out, that was really an issue. So we're hoping that they can get people well and back to work.
Yeah, Wendy, my question to Geneva was why they wouldn't utilize volunteers such as us, family members, that can help them in any way we can, right? Because we are willing to help. I know they don't have enough staff. So that was basically the gist of my question.
Then I back that up as well. Anything that I would be able to do to help out staff and incarcerated, that's what we're here for, in my opinion.
I understand Costco Pizza is a big hit with the inmates.
It typically is. I know when I was at Stafford Creek, our most popular one was, I think it was fried chicken and ice cream. And so that one was always really popular. They were always excited for that one. Any other questions from the phone? Okay, so hearing none, I will go into the chat box. So if you would like to submit any questions via the chat box, we will address those or concerns. So let's see. So thank you, Loretta. It sounds like Joanna has apologized for missing the meeting and will get in touch to reschedule to be at the next meeting. Okay, well, I'm glad you heard from her. I was worried because she's usually really quick to respond. So I'm glad to hear she's okay, and we will work to get her at our next meeting. Let's see, Carol, I concur with using IIBF for a universal benefit for all individuals, no exceptions to a joy, and no cost to the incarcerated to treat all. Noted. Thank you. Colonel Coates, it may well be facility specific. At least 2 facilities of which I am aware has and is continuing with fundraisers. Great job on the part of the staff in those facilities. Yes, thank you. Most facilities had been able to do a fundraiser. Typically, most facilities do them either quarterly. Some do them more than that. And I know that the pen was one that we were struggling with. And so we were really excited when they were able to put one together. And then, as was mentioned, with the number of staff that they have mapped out right now, that had to be put on pause. But we are working to see what we can do to get that moving forward. And again, I noted all of this to have discussions here at headquarters to see what we can do statewide to provide something. Okay. Janet just had the raspberry-filled donuts and ice cream at the Bay. Very good. Very good. Okay. So, Dua Rahima. Interestingly, there is a standard dropout process for whites, Indigenous, and Latinx who want to denounce their affiliations with hate groups, gangs, and criminal associations. The process also removes them from the STG file. Yet there is no process in place for Blacks and Asians to be recognized as no longer affiliated or removed from the STG file, which means once a Black or Asian person is identified as an STG member, they are forever on record as active STG, and when they are released, they are still identified. Why isn't there a dropout process in place for the Blacks and Asians? If there is a process, why is it harder for them to get approved? So what I would say is the same process is available for any incarcerated individual. It's not specifically for any ethnic or racial groups. The process is the same. And so is there data that shows the demographics of how many folks come in associated with hate groups, gangs, and criminal associations been through the dropout process or has had their stigma removed? I don't know the answer to that. Our Intelligence and Investigations Unit, our IIU, has their Special Investigation Services, which is at headquarters, that oversees the process for someone who wants to leave an identified security threat group, and so they would have that data. I don't know what is available, but I can reach out. I'm going to make a note of that. I don't know if that's something, honestly, that I can share or not, or if that's considered confidential information, but I will reach out to our administrator over IIU and that unit here at headquarters to see what we have on that and what we can make available for you.
Hi, Geneva. I'm sorry, I had to jump off real quick. Is this open to ask any questions?
So we just had the time frame for phones already, and now we're in the chat box.
I can ask a question.
Sure, go ahead, but then I'm going to go back to the chat box.
Okay. So I had actually reviewed the PREA Act document that was submitted on the DOC website, and it seems a little bit conflicting, and some of the facilities are kind of have concerns.
Which document are you referring to? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said. What was that?
You said a document, but I didn't hear what document you were referring to.
Rob Herzog regarding the PREA Act and how it was on hold. It was actually it's on the task list that DOC has, and so it's been asked at several of the informational calls. So what I'm wondering is, during the time that some of these facilities did not have access for the incarcerated population to submit allegations or concerns of the PREA Act, where were the incarcerated individuals where were their concerns being sent to?
Sure. So I think maybe you're confusing what that memo was about. So the PREA Act was never put on hold. The only thing that was temporarily suspended is incarcerated individuals have several ways to report PREA allegations. They can talk to any staff, they can file it on a grievance or resolution, they can send a kite, they can send a kiosk, their family members can call and talk to any DOC staff. The one piece that was suspended was there is an option for an external reporting agency, which we have contracted with the Colorado Department of Corrections, their PREA office, so that if someone wanted to provide a written allegation that they weren't comfortable sending through their facility, they could mail it to this Colorado office. Colorado, because of the pandemic, had their PREA office and their headquarters was completely closed for several months, and so they were not able to provide that resource. So when they notified us, we let the population know the day we got the notice for that. So all of their other reporting options were still available to them. Colorado has since had, they have identified a staff member to come into their headquarters PREA office one day a week to gather any mail. So if there is an allegation that came from Washington, it is now able to be processed again, and we have actually had that happen. So that's what occurred. The PREA Act was never put on hold, nor was any other reporting ability.
Oh, I'm sorry. I guess it doesn't answer my question, Ms. Cotton. If oh, I'm sorry. Am I bothering you? Can I ask you another question?
So is this in reference to the same question?
Never mind. Thank you.
Okay, so back to the chat box. So let's see. Anna, it looks like Tricia answered your question regarding moving salaries out of the IIBF, which is the Betterment Fund. The department has requested a budget request to move those staff.
Great, thank you.
Colonel Coates, is the ITP program at Clallam Bay the formal process for folks dropping out from hate groups and gangs? So that is one available route. Not everyone who goes through the dropout process would be going through that ITP program. There are individuals that cannot be housed at Quallen Bay, for instance, and other exceptions. So that is one available option. However, it is not the only option.
This is Michelle Mason. I had a question about the individual or the incarcerated individual betterment fund, and why is 25% of that being removed each month and directed to something that has nothing to do with the incarcerated individual population?
Are you referring to the amount that comes from the Crime Victims Fund?
Yes, and I was perplexed at it because from what I saw, which I'm just learning, it looks like the Labor and Industries oversees that.
Right. That's an RCW.
Yeah, I was going to say that's part of the legal requirement for that.
Do you know what the RCW number is?
That was back in the late 1900s, I believe 2000. There was a bill, and I want to say it was House Bill 2010 that said that is what 25% of that had to go to the Victims Compensation Fund. I will find that bill for you, Michelle, and send it to you. I have it in a file.
That bill passed. Okay, so that bill passed and was put into the revised Code of Washington?
Yes.
Was it also?
I'm not sure. Well, I will get you the bill and the RCW that goes with it, and I'll email.
All right, and if it was updated in the Federal Register, if you could send me that as well.
Okay, so I'm going to go back to the chat box and ask that if you're on your phone or on your computer to please hit mute. So the next question is, I would like to discuss how Lauren Taylor's previous employment with DOC is not a conflict of interest. So I'm not sure how it would be a conflict of interest. We have several people who are on visiting lists and in other capacities that we do external work with throughout the department. It is not a requirement listed to be an elected officer of the Statewide Family Council nor any local family council. The only requirement is to be a visitor in good standing.
This is Michelle Mason, but in order to represent, yes, yes,
we have had our time for phone. We can come back to it after I get through the chat box, but I'm going to answer the chat box questions first, please.
Thank you.
Miss Kathy Stewart-Stevensons, how will DOC be able to meet budget cuts by reducing the population when GRE and work release transfers have been stopped due to COVID outbreaks and work release? So I'm not sure how one relates to the other. Regardless of whether they're at work release or GRE or in a prison facility, their release date does not change. So that still remains the same. Let's see. Is there any plan to extend the 2 free video visits per week past December 31st, 2020? So typically what we do is when we've had a decision, we try to put a date to come back to re-review. So we will be re-reviewing this item on our December 15th policy group meeting. We have had several stop dates and we've extended them. I don't foresee any reason why this would be any different. We have every intention of trying to make these things as readily available as possible. So there is no official plan. However, it will be revisited prior to the expiration and most likely continued. Let's see. Can we have the information on the STG by the next SFC meeting? I would like to see percentage by race. So I'm hoping that if I am able to get this information, I can include it in the minutes. Dua Rahima, if you would like someone from that office to be on the next meeting, we can have that discussion. But hopefully as far as data, if I can get that, I will be sure to include that in the minutes. Let's see, Diane, appreciate all the time and energy given by Statewide Family Council officers, committee heads, reps, active members. Also, I appreciate being able to join by Skype. Well, thank you, Diane. We're happy to have you here. Okay, Alani, you're confused why you can't ask questions from the phone. So what I said when we came back from break is that we would break it up evenly, and I gave the phone folks opportunity and left it open for people. Some people asked questions. When there were no more questions, we moved to the chat group. Okay, Loretta indicated RCW, oh, I believe this is for you, Miss Mason. RCW 72.09.095 is the RCW it sounds like you were requesting. Thank you for that, Loretta. Yoshi, I am also interested in more information for the STG percentage by race. Yes, so I've made that note. We will see what I can find. Okay, more information on that RCW. Are the votes for the statewide family council public disclosure? Anybody can request any document via public disclosure. I don't know if that's something that's disclosed or not. I don't work in the public disclosure office, so I don't know what rules they have for that.
Are these meetings transcribed?
No, they are not.
Are they recorded?
So this meeting is being recorded, yes. So a visitor to anyone. Davina, I'm assuming you're asking if a visitor can be a visitor to anyone. A visitor in good standing means someone who is currently on an active visitation list in good standing. Loretta, family council consists of both friends and families of the incarcerated. Some prisoners do not have families, so their friends are their chosen family. Any visitor in good standing is considered family council eligible. The policy states this. That is correct. For anyone that wants to review that policy, it is available on the DOC website. It is DOC policy 530.155, family councils. I would like my questions answered by Ms. Cotton. Thank you, Loretta. Well, Loretta can answer questions as well. She provides a lot of information, as does everybody else on these calls. So where will this recording be published? As was shared at the beginning of the call, we are still working with our IT to see how we can get this available on the website. However, it is being recorded and stored on our drive so that we can hold on to it while we figure out how it can be made available. Perhaps you can post the pie chart visually showing the vote count for electing the co-chair. I can do that. That doesn't break down by individual votes. Let me see if I can find that.
While you're looking for that, I was wondering who is part of the process in making an exception, since obviously it didn't follow within the policy. Otherwise, there wouldn't have had to have been an exception made.
Are you asking about the secretary position? Because that's the only policy
exception that
was made. For what?
Yes, in regards to Ms. Taylor, since it still hasn't been clarified whether she has an actual family member currently incarcerated.
She does not have to have a family member.
Sorry, Suzanne, go ahead.
She does not have to have a family member, and if you read the policy, it says a visitor in good standing. It does not say anything about a family member being required. So let's get that answer, let's get it answered, and let's stop asking the same question over and over and over again.
Correct. And with much respect, I will state that in order to represent the local families, it would make sense that someone would be a visitor in good standing with a family member incarcerated. As when I researched her, she has not attended one local family council meeting for the site that she is stating to represent.
That's absolutely untrue. That is absolutely
in the meeting minutes. In the meeting minutes, she is not listed on all of the posted from March 2019 to current. She is not listed at any of the local family council meeting. She is only listed in half of the COVID update ones. I did
So,
research that
what
myself.
I would ask is that if you have a request for a change to the policy, to follow the process that is allowed for any individual to do that, which is to go to the DOC website under the policies page where there is an option to provide, it's under the survey link, to provide information for changes that you would request to see in the next policy revision. This policy is under review again in 2022, so it can be looked at at that time. However, at this time, a visitor in good standing means anyone who is currently on an approved visit list. So we're going to stop that conversation. Ms. Taylor meets the requirements. She was elected to the position. And once I can get this email sent over to Rhonda, because I can't seem to pull anything up on my screen, she can go ahead and put that on the screen for those that are curious about the results without naming names.
Jennifer, this is Susan. Lauren has definitely attended some of the meetings that we've had in person.
Thank you for that, Susan. Okay, so moving on. So I'm not going to address any other comments or questions regarding Ms. Taylor's eligibility or applicability as a statewide officer. She has been elected. We will respect that decision and move forward. Let's see.
Hi, what was the election, like how was the election done? Because I'm a family member in good standing and I wasn't able to vote for who was able to get this position.
So again, I would refer you to the policy 530155. That tells you who has the right to vote, and those are the SFC representatives from the current year. Those representatives were provided the opportunity to vote. That is not a change to policy.
How many people is that?
Policy. So there are 12 positions.
Okay.
Of those 12 positions, 2 did
That's
not
all I
vote,
wanted to
so
know.
we
Thank
received
you.
10 votes. Thank you.
For those of us that do not work for DOC, it's confusing. That's all we're saying. We're families of incarcerated. We're not employees of DOC, so we do not and are not required to know off the top of our heads all of DOC policies. And I'm saying this with the utmost respect. We are just families. We wish to be heard. And when DOC is stating policies like we should understand them as employees, it gets very frustrating. That's all.
And what I can share with you is that the Family Council's policy is written and edited with statewide Family Council members in attendance at that policy review. I'm not asking for anyone to be able to memorize policy. What I am asking, though, is that you review a policy if you have questions about it, to actually review the policy, because it answers a bunch of those questions. And so, like I said, this policy was reviewed with statewide Family Council members earlier this year before COVID hit, and the updated policy was agreed upon by all those in attendance, which included members that were statewide reps and members that weren't statewide reps. So again, there is an opportunity for anyone in the community to provide feedback on any policy that is on the DOC website, and I would invite you to go ahead and follow that process.
Thank you, I shall.
Okay, and it looks like Loretta just posted a link to the policy if anyone wants to see that. And it looks like Joanna is here. Hi, Joanna, how are you?
Hi, I don't mean to interrupt. I just want to say so sorry, everyone, for missing my time and sorry for wasting anyone's time. Please, if anyone wants to hear about OCO's work, join our public phone calls on Thursdays at 4. And I'm happy to join another time. But I see you've already moved on with the agenda, and so let you get back to that.
Actually, so we just did 30 minutes of roundtable, which is what we had set aside. We still have 30 minutes, which is what you had set aside, if you're willing to go ahead and do your portion now, since it is 2:15. Does that work for you?
Sure. I mean, I'm always happy to talk about OCO's work. It just sounds like I jumped into the middle of some discussion that I don't want to...
No, we had opened up the phone lines for questions first, and once those were completed, we moved to the chat box, and I've just answered the last question in the chat box, so that's actually perfect timing.
Okay, I'm happy to. All right, well, welcome everyone, and thank you so much for, again, I'm sorry for missing my assigned time. I was just going to take the opportunity today, and I'll keep it pretty short. I was going to take the opportunity to talk about the annual report that I just released. As you know, we have an obligation through our statutory responsibilities to present to the Statewide Family Council and to collect input from the Statewide Family Council on the activities of OCO. So just real briefly, I don't have a PowerPoint, but if you have not received the annual report, I would welcome you to, first of all, make sure that you're signed up on the listserv. That's accessible via the OCO website, oco.wa.gov, and you'll receive all of our reports. The other, probably even more important reflection on OCO's activities is that we are starting to publish a monthly outcome report that provides an anonymous summary of every complaint that we closed during the prior month. And so that, more than anything, really, more so than an annual report, demonstrates the work of this office, as well as the complaints that we receive and handle. I encourage you all to review it, as well as please know that we're sharing it with DOC, and during our regular phone calls and meetings with superintendents, we're sharing with them so that we're raising those concerns, even if we cannot substantiate them or we have to close them out due to no violation of policy. We're still raising those, and we are looking now to how do we really track trends over time at each facility. So that's one of the things that we're looking forward to continuing to improve moving forward. Of course, you know that with COVID-19, that has also been part of our response, and so we have moved to doing our weekly public phone calls that have kind of shifted back and forth as needed related to COVID. We've done facility monitoring reports. I think there's 12 of them that are currently posted, and more to come. In terms of the reports, we had a volunteer ombuds that we just started up that program. He went to Olympic. We'll have a report on that. And I recently did a third monitoring visit at Monroe. We just published a report on our review of the 2 deaths that occurred due to COVID-19. That's on our website. And we have sent over a final draft. I know people have been asking this from me many times, but we will be publishing, I promise, the investigation report into the outbreak that occurred at Coyote Ridge. I do know that there is a more recent outbreak that has happened in the work releases, and so I will just briefly tell you that what I've asked and received a response from DOC headquarters is that they conduct their own first, before we would initiate. Really they need to do their own critical incident review of what has happened there and come up with their own lessons learned and what are those outcomes. So Danielle's already responded that she thinks that's a great idea, and they're going to move forward with that. So we'll have that process. So that's, honestly, that's one of the best examples of our work where we can help prompt DOC to take better, more thorough internal action. So we have a upcoming testimony presentation to the legislature on December 2nd to the Senate Human Services Reentry and Rehabilitation Committee. I did hear, because people asked me how can they participate in it. I don't know, unfortunately, that family members can participate in it, but you can watch it like you could another committee hearing, and you can do that through TVW. So we'll be presenting on the COVID-19 work group report and some of our outstanding recommendations. I will say that Dr. David, when she reviewed them, she was very pleased to see that DOC has taken action on a number of the things that were recommended back in August. But as you know, there are some things that still haven't been acted upon that we would encourage. And one of those things is about visitation. And I'm sure you've talked about that at length today during this meeting. Again, my apologies for missing it. But we still continue to believe in the importance of visitation and to reinstate that with creative means, keeping in mind people's safety. So COVID-19 work group report, the deaths report, the CRCC outbreak report, and the suicide review that we did, all of those reports are going to be covered, time permitting, with the legislators. So family members often ask me, how can they continue to engage with legislators? I think this is a great time to use this, not just for me to present the work to the legislators, but for you to follow up with those legislators and say, this is how you've heard from the ombuds, this is how this impacts me, and this is what I would like to see happen. And so I'm just going to put that out, as I know there's many people interested in advocacy here. Moving right along, other things that we're doing right now is that we're looking at our work groups that we're currently engaged in. One of the things that during the sort of lull with COVID, we were working with family members on that public phone call on Thursdays to look at the issue of mail. I'm happy to say that I think that Tracy Schneider, who's in DOC headquarters, has been very willing to work on that, so I'm expecting to see some good outcomes. Caitlin Robertson in my office has been working with a family member to look at educational access. If anyone's interested in that and has some experience with your loved one trying to access education, please let me know. We're also currently finalizing reports related to property loss, mental health services, as well as the disciplinary program. One of the things that's going to be coming out in one of our the DOC responses is that, and again, maybe you've talked about this, DOC is going to do a review of sanctions for all sanctions across the board, and I hope we'll actually be decreasing those sanctions. So they've already offered that OCO can have input into that, and I need to, and have a meeting to follow up to say, family members, there should be a representative from the Statewide Family Council who's also part of that work. So that's not everything that we have to address with the disciplinary program, but sanctions is obviously a big part of that. And then we also are at the tail end of a work group related to work release conditions. And so unfortunately, we have not just the outbreak that occurred, but we've already published a report related to retaliation. And so we are also going to be publishing another report related to retaliation, an incident that unfortunately many of you are already familiar with through the media. But we do have some very challenging findings in that, and we'll be looking forward to publishing that prior to the end of the year. I see that there is a conversation happening in the chat box, and so again, I feel like I've stepped into the middle of something, and so as much as I, of course, always want to talk about OCO, it kind of feels like maybe the conversation is at a different place here, and so I'm going to go ahead.
Quick before you leave. Yeah,
I'll take questions.
So the senator was on earlier, but unfortunately had to step out before she could give direct, like an email address, a website address for those of us who do not have television. I don't currently use television, so I would have to access the local government channel, Channel 22, via the website. Do you know how to get that? Lisa Finch has not, or Flitch has not responded to the email I sent to her yet, but this is a really important opportunity for those of us to get involved.
Yeah, so are you saying that you want to access it through your TV or you want to access it online?
Online.
Okay, yes, I do have that link. Let me see if I can get that for you and put it in the chat box here, okay? But it is available online.
Yes. Unfortunately. Oh, thank you.
Oh, okay, that was easy, Suzanne. Thank you so much. There's a more specific link that they gave me. I'll also post.
I can't hear you, so I don't know if I've been muted or you've been muted.
I can't hear Joanna anymore either. Joanna, are you still there? She may have lost connection and have to come back because I'm still showing her. She might have gotten kicked out. So hopefully she'll be able to rejoin because it's showing all of her stuff is gray right now. So hopefully she'll be able to come back. Oh, she's in the chat box. No, we cannot hear you, Joanna. Looks like she's jumping off and hopefully will come back.
So sorry. Can you
There
hear
you
me?
are. Welcome back.
Yeah, so sorry about that. I was someone was asking a question. Please go ahead.
I think it was responded to about the link to TVW to watch the work session. Do you have something do you have something more specific than the, just the general tvw.org link?
I do, that they sent to me. So I'll post it in the chat box here.
I don't have access to the chat box. I'm only on a teleconference.
Okay, well, what they sent to me, I mean, Suzanne is 100% right. tvw.org is the correct link. What they sent to me was simply the link for the committee. And so you can see the committee schedule and the committee agenda. So,
is that an HTTPS link?
Yes. I mean, I'll read this, I guess. HTTPS //www.tvw.org/watch/?event ID equals 20201210008. I don't know what else to do other than to put it in the chat, and I realize not everyone can see that.
That's okay. So the question, event ID equals 202012?
Event ID 20201210008. That's what was sent to me.
Thank you so much.
Oh, yeah.
It really is
Jennifer
appreciated.
Okay, Dua, please go ahead. I'm so sorry when I lost connection. I don't have your questions anymore in the chat box. Dua, can you ask through the, I don't know if everyone's muted. Suzanne or someone else who, can you tell me what the question was?
I'm reprinting it.
One of them was the question about, she's already asked me this as well, so I'm going to work with Ruben with the IIU, but asking for data regarding dropouts, STG dropouts data by race. And so that's one question she had asked if you were able to get that information. So I don't know if you want us both to try to get that or if you want me to try to do that first. The other question she had asked for you or Dawn Taylor, and Dawn is also on the phone, that asks about, says, does a chaplain have the right, or what right does a chaplain, so our religious coordinators, have of telling those who are in certain religious groups they can only talk about religion and pray and nothing else? Does that go for all religious groups? That was the other question that I saw from Dua Rahima.
They can only talk about religion and pray and nothing else. I have never come across that particular concern. Can Dua or someone email me what that is, and I'll try to take a look into it. It sounds like a very specific issue. Thank you, Dua, because yeah, I have not heard about this, or at least not a chaplain. Something did come to me more recently about being told, but I thought it was by an associate superintendent, to be honest. Okay, so I'll look at that, and then yes, Geneva, I mean, it doesn't matter to me. I'm happy to send the email as well about the STG dropouts. And then Anna, I saw that you asked about the mailroom work. there's a list of things. It's actually on our website, oco.wa.gov, that you can scroll down to systemic issues. Mail is at the top. And you can see a report that my intern put together over the summer with some foundational things. But honestly, the biggest thing that I'm seeing is that we need to have more clarity. There needs to be, I hope, and actually they've already agreed, to put together a list of do's and don'ts. And then let's talk about those, right, to make sure that they are fair. But what I hear is, like, from the staff side, they're saying that, you know, the rules are very clear, and from the family side, they're saying the rules they differ, and you know, between institutions, and things change. And I've seen a lot of things where an institution will suddenly make a new rule, and then following up with DOC headquarters, you know, Tracy will say, no, that's not right. So again, it just comes down to, I think, having some clarity written for incarcerated, for family members, and for staff as well, to all be on the same page about what's allowed. One recent thing was having, for example, case law better defined. Another thing is looking at why things are being rejected. We've had a lot of discussion about, you know, this reason number 1, which is just basically a catch-all reason. So we're looking at the process for appeals. There were some questions about mailroom staffing that I'm taking a look at. So if you're interested, if anyone's interested in talking about mail and these issues, please come on the Thursday's call, because we'll dive more in depth, and I don't want to take up everyone's time here. Also, I have a screaming toddler, and so I'm so sorry. This is very unprofessional today, but he's about to blow this up for me. Sorry.
Thank you, Joanna.
Joanna, did you see the question there from Yoshi? I'm not sure if you're able to answer that. In regards to recent medical concerns, can you make sure to bring up the most recent issues with Daniel Johnson, since he is setting up to improve health care for the loved ones?
Are you referring to our reports, Yoshi? We absolutely have been working to set up what we had prior to COVID, which was regular meetings to address the issues that we're seeing. So 100% healthcare continues to be our #1 area of complaint. It continues to be our focus, and we will be addressing those with the new Assistant Secretary.
It didn't sound like it was just complaints, but from the sounds of his presentation, it sounds like he might be setting up some new practices. And I think your input is really going to help improve a lot of stuff just by kind of touching base with him.
Okay. So sorry, everyone. I'm going to exit just with my kid. So sorry, everyone, again.
Thank you, Joanna. Take care. Okay. So the last thing on our agenda is our wrap-up and our January agenda items. And so what I will do is I'm going to turn it over to Suzanne first, since as she had indicated, this is her last meeting as our co-chair for this year. So is there anything you would like to add, Suzanne, for the good of the order?
You know, no, not really. I just appreciate the direction that the year will take, and some continuity. I'm hopeful that perhaps a project manager will step in to facilitate the meetings and the tasks and move things forward. I will be present on these meetings, but I won't be sitting in this seat anymore. So I gladly release my reins to Lauren, and am, you know, happy to support anybody in any way as we move forward. So thank you all for the 2 years of my work as your co-chair.
Thank you, Suzanne. I very much appreciate the partnership and our work together this past year, and I look forward to continue work with you. As a reminder, oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I just thank you for acknowledging that.
Absolutely. So I would like to remind everyone our January meeting will be on January, goodness, I just had it pulled up here, January 9th, which is different. Because of the holiday in January, we typically hold that meeting a week early. So that meeting will be on January 9th, and I will work with Ms. Taylor, just as I have with Ms. Cook this past year, to develop that agenda. So if there are any items that you specifically want on that agenda, I would ask you to please email me for that. And I will put my email address in the chat box, but I will also share it for those of you on the call that don't have access to that. It is J for Geneva, M as in Marie, Cotton, COTTON, at doc1.wa.gov. And again, I appreciate you guys taking the time out of your Saturday to be here with us. We will be continuing our Statewide Family Council COVID informational calls as well. For those that are part of that call, our next call will not be until, I believe it is December 4th because of the holiday week. Let me make sure about that. Nope, I'm sorry, December 11th because of the holidays. And so that call will continue, as well as your local family council calls that continue as well. So again, thank you all for joining us today. I hope you all have a wonderful holiday, and we look forward to talking to you all next. Thank you.
Thank you as well.